And welcome into week 9 here, final week before the playoffs in the NECC League of Legends. Fish and Orbital kicking things off here with an Emergence Mid-East Showdown Orbital that really has two teams that they started the year out great. They won their first game, and then disaster struck. Multiple long losing streaks. They're trying to end the season on a high note, maybe backdoor their way in the playoffs, but a win to end your season is at least a high note you can go into the summer looking on.
Oh yeah, these are two teams that we'll have some questions for throughout the season. This is both teams that are currently looking like they're sitting on some rough records. Both of them sitting under 50% win rate, and I believe Defiance College and Bethel Pilots are the two teams that we'll be having. For Defiance College, they're currently sitting at a 2-6 currently, and then for Bethel Pilots, they're sitting at a 3-5. So if Bethel Pilots do go ahead and lock in this next win, it would mean that they put themselves in a better position for playoffs, like you said, but it's still up to the others in that conference.
Yeah, both teams 5-game losing streaks in the middle of the season kind of led to those records you pointed to there, Orbital. But again, as you said, maybe you win one here in your Bethel, it'll be your third win in a row. You find yourself in the playoffs, and everybody knows a hot team in the playoffs sometimes scarier than the number 1 seed. We'll have to see here. They are almost ready to go, and while we wait for the draft, let's take a look at our rosters for both our teams. Let's start off with Defiance College here. We'll be seeing Deathanor, Phosphorus, Aveno, Mobility, and Curious Joe for Defiance College here, so should be an exciting side for them to, again, maybe end the season on a high note. 3-6 Orbital will be tough to sneak into the playoffs, but still always nice to end your season with your final game on a win.
Yes, you are hoping to have a really, really nice one, and I'm trying to double check. I don't want to say that. We'll double check once we get in there, but I think those are the correct players. So we will. I just want to double check that before we go crazy. So they are the correct player. All right. Well, anyway, yes, this is going to be a pretty good set of players, and I'm very, very excited to see what they can bring out here. I want to see them bring their best to the table because, again, they are at the top or at the end of the season, and so you know what? As you said, no matter what, fresh faces, a lot of them freshmen coming in here next semester. They will be moving up a grade, hopefully, and we'll get to see a lot more fun as well.
Yeah, I think you bring up a great point. I think you said this Defiance roster, I think, 5 freshmen on it. So, as you said, a very young team, maybe building that momentum into the next season. Always tough. I think everybody knows you come to school. This is a student. When you're throwing on top of that, varsity esports as well could be a little bit tougher. But we'll have to see what goes on here. Again, between these two teams, it's Defiance College. It's the Bethel Pirates here. Emergent Mid-East Division. As Orbital was saying, both teams coming in with just below 500 records, so we'll have to see who can come out on top. Defiance 2-6, Bethel 3-5, and again, maybe 4-5 is good enough to get into the playoffs. We'll have to see. The pro draft is all done. I think we're hopefully hopping in draft here very soon, Orbital. Once we take a look at potentially Bethel Pilots, we'll have to see here, though.
Yeah, so we are getting that fixed. I triple, I quadrupled, I quintuple checked. I believe those were not the right rosters. So we'll double check that, make sure we get you the right players, and no matter what, you'll see them in the game anyway. So, you don't have to worry about that too much, but as you said, we are getting underway. Bethel Pilots will be on the blue side, Defiance will be on the red side. And so we'll get things kind of swung out here, and hopefully the teams give us a good glimpse. Now, remember, we did, as you said, start the pro draft beforehand, so some of these picks will look a little bit awkward, and we'll make sure to cover that as we go along.
Yeah, I think the one thing for Defiance, especially with their bans, and again, probably the player to watch, at least if you just take a look at this stats from solo queue, it's going to be Tony on that BU bot lane. Definitely one of the strongest players, at least from what we can tell skill-wise in this game, and you already see 280 carry bands targeted at him. I think that's the player they want to lock down, as it's Ornn to start things off for Bethel in the top lane. Going to be going up against the Gwen.
Yeah, so this was a matchup both picked up in position 3 on either side, but that did mean Defiance did get the counter pick. So the Gwen pickup here is going to be that late game insurance. You know, if the game goes long enough, the Gwen is going to start shredding through everyone as long as they had a good laning phase. So that's what you're really kind of keeping track of there. For Bethel, though, the Viego was actually first pick. It was blind, and then the Volibear came right out in answer. So for Defiance, they're getting a lot of these picks that they feel, at least on paper, are counters in their own hands.
Here we go. The Ahri versus Lissandra in the mid lane, both the final picks. So Tsunami got that Lissandra counter pick into the Ahri. We'll see if he's able to make it work. And then you see in the bans, kind of what we were touching on, Tony going to eat another ban there. 380 carry bands. Again, this looked like the player that we were talking off before we started, the player to watch out for Bethel. And I think Defiance, at least in game 1, showing him ultimate respect when you have banned now 480 carries away from him.
Yeah, this is very much, you know, hey, we're gonna try and target you here, and I think this is appropriate. Again, if you are worried about that player, you're gonna make him dip down very, very heavily into that champ pool, and because it's also a shadow ban technically of about 5 ADCs, make it 6 if you saw the misfortune on the other side, you are dipping very low into the pocket here. For Bethel, the Caitlyn is still, I would say, decently strong. It's not as powerful, again, in the late game that we saw with the crit changes, but it's still an okay pick. There's no problem with it. So I do like that they're still able to gather that one. The fact that it is into an Ashe, Defiance picked that one up first. It is going to lend itself to that early game pushing power. You're going to have a lot of dominance over your laner, but it still makes me worry mid to late game how that Caitlyn's going to fare.
Yeah, I think it'll be curious when we see the Nami and the Thresh kind of wrap thing out. I love the Thresh pick. I think, again, if you're Bethel, you want to try and support Tony as best you can. You give him the Thresh that can set up plays. You can set up potential first blood, get him fed in that laning phase. For the Nami, it's not an awful disengager. I think there were probably better choices, especially if you didn't want to let Tony get ahead. It's kind of this weird hybrid of you want to go in and get a stun, you have the tidal wave for disengage, but not a whole lot more. So I'm a little hesitant on Defiance support pick, but I think if that's a comfort pick, that's a fine choice.
I think it was also a blind pick, so taking a look at what they had before, and as we do take a look down the rosters there, Defiance Esports, there we go. I was wondering about that. We do get to see the actual roster here. It is going to be Dado, Abaka, Tsunami, Tree Climber, and Garrett rounding it out here today.
Yeah, and you pointed out 3 freshmen on the roster, so a very young roster. Should be maybe excited to see how this Defiance team grows. Again, coming in at 2-6, hoping to end the season on a high note. Don't quite know how the Emergence Mid-East broke down, so maybe a 3-6 here. Maybe. I'm trying to be hopeful here, Orbital. I don't know if 3-6 gets you into the playoffs. Let's take a look at their counterparts here. Let's take a look at the Bethel Pirates if we have that roster. The Pilots will have TK Crop in the top lane, Zigzags in the jungle, Kadoni in the mid lane, Tony, who we've been talking a lot of. I think that's the player to kind of watch out for in that AD carry role, and then Doom in that bot lane. Really a lot of freshmen for both teams. 3 freshmen on both sides, so a fun little final game to their seasons, potentially their first year in school, and I think both of them are looking to go out on top here in our final game of the regular season for these two teams.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very fun one. And the one lane, as we were talking about, in that bot side is very important. Tony and Tree Climber are going to be a little bit of a disparity, right? Tony sitting there with a fairly high rank. But there's another lane that we do have to watch out for, and you can see it on your screen. That freshman in the top side, T-Crop, is currently sitting at a lower rank than Dado. So that one I'm also very curious about, and you can kind of see that come out in the champions that were also picked up. T-Crop did go for that Ornn instead of maybe a mainstay carry, and Dado went with the aggressor, the bruiser, the mid to late game teamfight champion. So that's another lane that we do have to watch for now on both sides, and to me it's going to be very fun. We're going to take a look, see if Tony is able to carry out, or if Dado will be able to create a large enough impact to take over that early to mid game.
Yeah, I think sometimes if you have that top laner who can kind of pop off, I honestly like to lean with that team, because I mean, I feel like I've seen a ton of Orbital. You get that guy who are like, okay, just don't die to this player, and then maybe they're 0-1 at 10 minutes, and the CS is like 100 to 45, and it starts to sort of scale out of control, and that top laner gets ahead. So I think that's a great point. I'll kind of be curious to see which player can kind of pop off for both their teams. But now that we've seen the draft, Orbital, now that we've kind of taken a peek behind the curtain, seen what kind of player skill that we can kind of at least see from their solo queue ranks. Who are you going with in this Game 1 matchup in the Emergence Mid-East? Are you going with Defiance College or Bethel Palace to take Game 1 of this best of 3?
Oh, you can't lay that into me. You can't do that, Fish. That's illegal. That's an illegal move. You know we don't. Okay, listen. I got my favorites coming in here. I'm not gonna lie here. So not really, but I am gonna say from the champions currently being selected, I do give a lot of favor, or favor is a strong word, right? Favor is a bit of a strong word. I would give a little bit of a lean over to Defiance College. They have a very strong catch potential composition. And yes, the early game is going to be weak. Don't get me wrong. This early game for both sides is going to feel quite weak outside of the Caitlyn early. The bullying is going to come down. But you take a look down the line, you have some decent scaling. The Lysandra later is going to be a great source of engage, and that Gwen is going to be an absolute pain in the butt. Yes, Ashe does not scale that well, but you're not picking the Ashe for the carry. You're picking Ashe to help set up those pick potentials once again. Both these comps do want to pick, but in the mid to late game, I'm looking at Defiance College to be able to set up those moments for the Gwen to run rampant. I just don't think Bethel Pilots, they do have good catch, but it's a very early game catch, right? The RA Charm, you're looking at the Viego to follow up. They need to push that early game a little bit faster, in my opinion, if they want to make it an even mid game.
Yeah, I think you bring up a great point. I think Tree Climber, as you pointed out, he's just going to be looked to get a pick here. I think your lean is correct, but just to put a little bit more stake on the line, of course, I think I'll side with Bethel. I think really it's going to come down to what Tony can do on this Caitlyn. If he gets 1 or 2 kills early, just based on the skill that I can see and the discrepancy, it feels like he'll be able to pop off, but we'll have to see. We're in the game. And right now, Bethel is all alone in the opposing team jungle. There's no wards down. They had no idea they were there. But unfortunately for Bethel, there's nobody to pick, so they'll at least get 1 ward down, and they'll just go for a reset.
And I think that's the right move, right? You have the Thresh, you have a lot of the catch, you have a lot of the early game damage like we were talking about. And as you can see, Tony there on the Caitlyn, not going to bring too much in the early stages, but the bullying should be rampant. I like it. What we did see is an accidental cleanse be used there. And that might be a pain in the butt come level 2 or level 3. So you know what? Hopefully no one saw it. Hopefully Tree Climber and Garrett did not see that. And Tony's allowed to play the next about 2 minutes safely.
I think that is a great point. I think you brought up who saw that. Was it just us? Was it everybody? Right now, Tony and Doom, though, they want that early pick onto Garretton, but the death sentence misses.
Oh.
Doom just completely whiffs. He'll take some poke. But, they had the perfect setup. They just couldn't quite land it.
And that's actually a huge problem. So, again, once it hits level 2 or 3, Tony themselves will be able to carry forward. But, honestly, Garrett and Tree Climber are going to be a lot stronger in the duo position. Doom, running low on HP pots already, feels kind of bad. So, you're going to be happy about being able to soak up and being able to hopefully get back to a healthy level. But it's a good trade. Very nice by Tree Climber and Garrett to hold it off.
Doom missing another death sentence as well, so 0 for 2 on that, but that early ward does at least give sub advantage. They are able to spot out Baka over on that blue buff. There was no vision placed down by Defiance, so Zigzags kind of just roaming in the dark. They have no idea where this Viego is going to come from, and despite the whiffs, Tony and Doom are able to get that level 2 first, start pushing into Tree Climber and Garrett, as you pointed out, and so that's just going to be more poke going on to that Nami that Defiance is trying to prevent.
Yeah, this is another problem because you can see Baka is ready to try and make a play on this bot side. You can see the entire pathing went buff to bot side clear. They were hoping to set up a little bit of a challenge on the bot side, but because this wave has been completely zoned off, Tree Climber and Garrett are still only level 1, so now Kadoni in the mid lane is going to lose their flash instead.
Getting the flash out of the Ahri, very important. Does open up maybe a window to gank her before she gets that Spirit Rush online. Right now, meanwhile, Zigzag still hanging out in the dark. He is just going to move over to his red buff now. Have to see if he's able to make a play once he gets his double buff, now that Baka has made his name appear on the Rift first. And so far, I think, again, the big problem is how much pushing Tony can do, right? If they convert this maybe into some early plates, that's just free gold orbital that he doesn't need kills for. That's going to help this Caitlyn out in that mid game.
Oh yeah. Oh yes. That is something that once you don't see kills, that is what you want to watch for. So on the spot side, you're not worried about getting the kills. You're not worried about trying to get those kills all the way through. You just want Tree Climber and Carrot out of the lane. That's all you care about if you are Tony. And at this point, you've done a great job of it. But this mid lane is actually going to suffer for it instead.
They're going to land the stun onto Kadoni. He does not have flash, but they don't have the ability to finish off the Ahri. They do get him low, might be able to force it teleport, but they're not going to be able to get much more, as right now he'll hang back on that mid tower. Got the flash orbital, but unfortunately just didn't have enough damage with that Volibear Lissandra early on.
And that's also one of the things that we talked about, right? The catch potential is great from a Lissandra. It's not powerful. You're not going to have the damage. What it does do, it gives Tsunami a huge lane presence over this mid lane, right? Kadoni and on the Ahri really does want to hit that level 6 and roam out as quickly as possible. But if you are forced to recall on an off timer, if you're forced to recall not at your own will, but at the beck and call of the opponent, that means Baka and Tsunami are now allowed to control from that mid, and that means the Lissandra is going to roam much faster, and that is a problem. Unless Zigzags is able to help out, Kadoni should be offset, should be on a rough timer, and should actually be trailing behind Tsunami in terms of who gets to objectives and ganks first.
And Kadoni now finally forced to back, was dropping low. It felt like maybe one more Arcane Comet landing might have been enough, so he is forced to back. That'll be a ton of pressure in that mid lane, but that lane we highlighted is the big concern right now. It's pretty even across the board. Tsunami did kind of get a nice CS lead with that back, but it is an 11 CS lead on that bottom side of the map. I think that first plate only has about 1 or 2 more shots left in it if Tony and Doom are able to push in. And that's where that gold is going to become very scary very quickly here, because they also got a back off. They got a reset. And now that means Caitlyn's going to have even more power over Tree Climber.
And the wave is in a somewhat okay position right now for Defiance. They're not being able to push it as quickly as they would like, which, as you said, does lend itself to Tony. What you do have to be worried about is the level 6s that are going to be coming out. Baka has once again cleared that top side, is now moving from the bot to top. I apologize for that one. And that's going to be the big challenge. What we do want to see as well, though, is Kadoni already rotating up towards that top side, and Dotto might not enjoy this visit.
Ghost just immediately blown by Dotto, walked over that ward, did Kadoni, so one summoner spell traded out. We do see Baka has hopped on that first dragon of the game. You have Zigzag sort of hanging around, but now he's caught out. Tsunami not quite able to find him. He will go into the mist and start kiting out the 3 members of Defiance, trying to get back to his mid lane. He's going to get rooted up, flash forward by Baka. The stun plus the ult from Tsunami gets first blood for Defiance. Unfortunately, Zigzag just kind of tried to scout with nobody else to help him.
That's a little bit spicy, and you saw it, right? Zigzags wanted to help that mid lane, wanted to help Kadoni out, but instead got rotated on, and it was a very nicely timed collapse. It was very, very smart, very well played, and it opens up this dragon as well. So yes, you're losing gold on the bot side, but that is only one lane that you're losing out on. Keep in mind, Tony is the only one with the CS lead over the other lanes, so I think you're okay with this. I think you're okay sacking a little bit of the spot lane to get advantages in the mid and jungle.
No, I'm totally with you, and I have to wonder if that's maybe a miscommunication where Zigzag is expecting Tony and Doom to come up. Tony's trying to prioritize plates because he did pick up 2 solo plates, and maybe that's where that miscommunication came, because they knew Kadoni was not there. Meanwhile, Zigzags, though, he wants revenge. Remember, Dotto does not have the Ghost. Call the Forge God going to come in, get a nice knockup in the air. Gwen is immune, but not if they both stand in the mist, and Kadoni going to come in. He will miss the charm. That should still be a free kill, and they'll give it over to Kadoni with that Spirit Rush charge. So a nice pickup in the top lane for Bethel.
Yeah, it was a lot granted, though. Keep that in mind. That was a lot expended. They use, I believe, 2 ultis for that. Kadoni uses the Spirit Rush as well as the Call of the Forge God from T-Crop. They used a lot, but that's really all they got. They're hoping to get this Herald as well, and if they do, then it is a nice trade back. But for right now, it's a lot expended. You can see Bethel, they have to expend a bit more to get these kills. They have to expend a bit more to get these advantages.
Kill. The assist does get Zigzags up to level 6. Baka is still not level 6 on this Volibear, so he cannot challenge. Crystal Song Arrow going to fly in. Unfortunately, not land onto anyone. So a Rift Herald picked up here, and where do you put this Rift Herald if you're Bethel, right? Like, the obvious choice is maybe bot orbital, but that's a tough one. So what do you think Zigzags needs to do here with this Rift Herald?
Well, I'll actually say I don't think it's actually a tough choice. The bot side is the most optimal. You are correct, but it's actually an easy place, right? Tree Climber and Garrett are actually willing to back off the tower very easily. If you take a look at the plates, they haven't even touched that bot side tower except for the minions hitting it. I think that's a fair place to put it. I don't think that's bad. Break out Tony. Start moving Tony into maybe that mid lane or that top side, depending on where you want to play it, and work your way from there, right? That is what this entire comp is about. Bethel's comp is about rotating Tony out, get the advantages, push the early game in their favor, as right now, you only have about a 1k lead.
T-Crop doing a decent bit of damage. Meanwhile, Zigzag's gonna flash in. Unfortunately, Tsunami able to get away and hold on to his flash. We do have Baka hanging around down bot side. I think the only counter argument, Orbital, that I could maybe piece together is Tony might just get this tower solo, right? There's only 2 plays left, and he still has 4.5 minutes. That would be the only argument, but I think you're right. I think getting Tony into this mid lane, into the next dragon fight, is probably the correct play, and we'll see if Zigzags, who's leaning down to this bottom side, wants to throw down this Herald. Skadoni flashes away the great bait by Tsunami.
Well, this is the other thing, right? You're talking about how they can break it open in the bot side. Yes, but that would take another 2 minutes or so, right? You need a little bit more power, because remember, plates, as they are destroyed, they get more and more armor, so it is important to think about that. What you want to do is just break it open. Oh, no.
Ooh. Tony picks up 1 just for free. I think finally Doom landed a death sentence combo there, and now there's 1 more hit left, and they're down to 1 plate, and I think Zigzag kind of realizes that bot lane doesn't need his help anymore. It's the rest of the map.
Yes, and sometimes you just want to push that. You want to push that advantage, right? There is such a thing as don't help everyone, only help one, and that's going to be a jump out on the bot side. But I would say for Zigzags, keep pushing that bot lane advantage, right? Even though it's good, make it great. Even if it's great, make it amazing. If it's amazing, make it perfect. And that's what you want to do, because as soon as you do that, you get Kadoni out of this horrid lane that they're currently stuck in. Consistently, we're seeing Kadoni had to fight for that mid lane presence. You're losing pretty badly. At this point, Tsunami is going to be on par with Tony and Doom, and that's going to be the big question to watch for.
Baka is roaming down. There's a couple more attacks left on that tower. Tree Climber needs 1 more attack, stands at the trap, and Tony picks up 1. Now kiting backwards. Baka gonna get a great stun onto Doom. Box is going to go up. Garrett takes a massive headshot, but everybody's able to back away. Tony does have that ace in the hole, but chooses to hang on to it, and this should be free first tower, especially with Kadoni rotating down. He's going to walk over a ward, however, and now he is potentially going to get collapsed on. Bubble lands. Baka's going to go charging in over the wall, but unfortunately Spirit Rush gets him to safety, and Bethel comes out with a massive win on the bottom side.
Oh, that is huge and ridiculous as well. The fact that Tree Climber took an awkward fight. You didn't have ulti. You didn't have a way to stun down. Garrett was not in range to use the exhaust either. Tony just ate that one for free. He said, hey, this is the strong lane for us. This is the lane that we are currently winging in. Why would you try and challenge that one? And now that gold lead is expanded, right? 3k in the pockets of Bethel, or we should say about 2k in the favor of Tony. That's what they're happy about. They're so in control of the spot side, and now that gold lead is going to expand to the rest of the map.
Tony sitting on about a 40 CS lead, 2 kills, I believe 5 solo plays. We see mid lane, the arrow is going to miss him. Huge stun onto Zigzags. He does get the Rift Herald down, and it should get a charge off here, so it will get some bonus gold for Zigzags. And as it was expiring, nearly cost his life just to get that one off. Death Sentence does land, but smartly Doom doesn't follow that up, but takes a very awful angle. Baka almost gets a free stun, unfortunately flayed away, so the extra melees don't land. And now Tony's there, and quickly Defiance realizes here comes the carry, tidal wave for the disengage. And everybody will make it back safely to their respective sides.
And the fact that Doom is allowed to do that shows how far this bot lane is, right? That is something that Baka is running into a problem of. You are this kind of front-loaded ulti tank engager, and you're not able to run down the support. That's rough right there. So playing around that mid lane, trying to get Tsunami out of that lane is important, but for right now, you are losing out on a few other options. So we're actually going to watch this again, just for the fun of it, right? Take a look at this. Doom is alone, by the way. Doom is completely alone, and then just the presence of Tony is able to force everyone to back away. That was a 3v4. You could have kept pressing. You could have kept trying, but you had no ultis. You had no flavor, so you're not able to do anything of the sort.
Yeah, as soon as they saw Tony, I think it's hilarious, as you pointed out, Orbital. Everything changes. Gwen is going to go immune, so Otto able to dodge quite a significant amount of damage. Stood in the trap, but he doesn't dodge the second one. Unfortunately, the 90 caliber net just misses. Now Zigzag's in trouble.
Bad.
He's going to get stunned up, forced to flash away,
Oh,
tries to go in
no.
the miss. Kadoni coming down. Doom is there.
Oh!
Great lantern to get him out, plus the charm. Here comes the arrow, but it's going to miss, and once again, Doom making a spectacular play, and he saves Zigzag.
You expend the flash, but you know what? You got away safely. That is now the second time that Zigzags has been caught in awkward scenarios trying to help out their laners, right? This has been the tale of keeping Viego alive. And granted, it's worked. Only 0, 1, and 1. You are up in CS. You are building up to, I believe, that that Kraken Slayer. You're going to be fine, right? Mm-hmm. The problem is you're not snowballing as quickly as you would like. Right now, if you take a look down at Bethel's lanes, Tony is the only one that's really ahead, the only one that can really boast that they have a decent presence over the lane opponent. The rest of the lanes for Bethel aren't that strong, and yes, T-Crop, you're not supposed to get strong. But we are seeing a difference in terms of damage output that is going to be very, very scary.
This time, Doom looks like he is going to be caught for good. Tree Climber takes him down. Just this time, I think, unfortunately, maybe those previous escapes, Orbital gave him a bit too much confidence because he went in 1v4. We do get a teleport from Dotto. Guess just to help really ensure Rift Herald doesn't go over. There was already 4 members there and no vision. So I guess the extra teleport helps them get the Rift Herald, but also frees up what should be a free dragon response for Bethel.
That'll be really nice. Unfortunately, it is the Cloud, so I mean, it's consolation prize, but this will be the first time that I think Zigzags has been able to take an objective uncontested, which is very, very nice. As you said, though, it is that granted back, and we'll have to see where the Herald goes to see if it's worth it for Defiance. They were able to pick it up. They have almost every lane really free and open for them to take because they haven't taken any. The mid lane is still very healthy. Top and bot, I believe, are barely scratched. This is going to be a chance for Defiance, if they can also find a team fight afterwards, to make an amazing play and catch back up.
I think this is the part of the game, too, that just looking at the draft, knowing what we kind of knew about Tony going into this, I think this is where Bethel kind of makes or breaks game number 1, and you hit on it, Orbital. It's a mid-game comp, but what is Tony going to do? Where is Tony going to be on the map? What objectives or fights is he going to be taking? Because as you point out, he is the only lane ahead. I think T-Crop and Dotto are probably almost dead even. Maybe T-Crop's ahead, but that's a minor win. But when you look at mid lane, it's 30 CS for Tsunami. Here comes the call. The Forge God, however. Dotto knocked up in the air. Tony just buying his time, maybe looking for one more auto attack to finish him off. 90 caliber net is going to miss. He'll jump forward and just throw out the ace in the hole to pick up the kill.
This is Tony getting online. This is exactly what you want to see from the side of Bethel. They want to keep pressing their advantages in terms of keeping Tony in the loop. Everywhere you go, everywhere you see the rest of the team at, you're going to see Tony. Everywhere that they're not, you're going to see kind of a relinquishing of control. As long as Tony is alive, as long as this Caitlyn is working and around and about, you're happy if you're Bethel. For Defiance, though, you want to keep getting this healthy lead rolling. You want to get these champions up and rolling, and especially Dotto. Dotto has been shut down very heavily. The CS department is even more painful, but you want to get Gwen ahead. That is your late game damage. That is pretty much your only late game damage, and that worries me. If they're currently 0-2, they have not been given any real help. Dotto needs some sort of support or time to get back into this game.
I do think that tower being taken down by Bethel will help Dotto out a bit. Gives him a little bit more comfort when it comes to farming those minion waves that push past that first tower. So I don't think anyone on Bethel wants to charge after him. So I think you're right, though. I think that's maybe the one criticism for both teams is really feels like both junglers have been very absent from this game. I know Baka had that one play in the mid where he forced NATO's flash, but other than that, Zigzags has kind of been in response. Baka has kind of been just trying to hang around bot lane to help out for Tony. It really feels like both these junglers have kind of just been present in this game and not actually been on the forefront of making plays that I think both these teams need as we enter this mid-game to kind of build that lead for themselves.
Yeah, and this mid-game is actually going to be very, very telling because this is the point where the clock really starts ticking for Bethel. The Caitlyn, yes, can be powerful, right? We talk about it all the time. We also talk about the fact that there is a power trough. There is a problem when it comes to Caitlyn's in the mid-game. They tend to wane a little bit. With how much gold has been funneled into Tony, it shouldn't happen as harshly. but it still will be present. So this is the time where Defiance, if they can find small advantages, they can steamroll it into a late game powerhouse move. For Bethel, they need to pick up the pace. They need to start working together and get zigzags in this game and make sure T-Crop is able to hit level 14, 15, and all that at a decent pace, or else they will fall behind.
I think the next 90 seconds will be very telling. That's when our first Mountain Dragon of the game spawn. It will be a Mountain Soul. And what will these teams do? Will we get a team fight? Will one team take control? So far, the objectives have pretty much been just point blank. Kadoni going to hit a great charm. Cancel out the Glacial Path. Does have Doom and Zigzags hanging around. And the arrow will do a bit of scouting. It doesn't land on anyone. Baka is there as well as Garrett. They're going to jump onto Baka. Tidal Wave going to come out. Death Sentence lands. Kadoni going to get knocked up on the backside as well. But it's all about Tony. Charm lands onto Tsunami. Spirit Rush is used. A great cleanse as well. Tony going to flash over the wall. But now he's all alone. Baka trying to run down this Caitlyn who's dropping incredibly low. And shut down for Baka. A huge win for Defiance. They're trying to finish off the fight. It's a double kill for the jungler, and with Tony dead, Orbital said it. There's no gold left on the map, and unfortunately Bethel is just going to have to run away, tail tucked between their legs if they can even make it out. Charm lands, and as soon as Tony went down, that fight was pretty much GG, Orbital.
That was disaster coming out here. It looks so disjointed for Defiance, but again, a little bit of over-aggression. We saw it from Tony. Tony has been strong, don't get me wrong, but they went a little bit too far. The ego started to eat in on them. You take a look here. You see that flash over the wall. And look, Zigzags. Remember, Zigzags has no damage. Zigzags has been behind the entire time, and Baka just eats him up for breakfast, and no one else is able to get over the wall. T-Crop tried to TP in, but wasn't able to get far enough inwards, and because of that, arrived late. At that point, as soon as Tony went down and Kadoni was already out, there was nothing left. So very well done by Defiance to keep themselves in this game. They have won that significant mid-game team fight that we talked about.
Fortunately, if the respawn timer is quick enough, everybody for Bethel actually able to get back and heal up before this dragon was able to be taken. It is dropping low, about 6,000 health. Both junglers have their smite. We'll see what they want to do. Tidal Wave going to come out. Dragon, 3,000 health. Baka going to jump in, land a stun onto Doom. He's going to try and go back in. Picks up one. The Dragon does go over to Zigzags. And Tony picks up his first kill of the team fight. This time further away, trying to kite it out. But here is the Gwen. The double kill picked up. Ace in the hole, going to go out, but it gets blocked. Unfortunately for Bethel, it's another team fight loss. And this time, Tony couldn't even help him out.
And the best part as well, this is not a, I don't want to say a direct killer of a dragon, right? The mountain is good, don't get me wrong, it's nice. But who really on the opposite side is going to be using that dragon the most? It's going to be T-Crop and Doom. Other than that, Kadoni, Tony, and Zigzags, they're not going to be building that much armor. What the play here was try and get kills, and that's exactly what Defiance did. The arrow landing on a tanky member doesn't matter. Take a look at Tsunami right in the middle, able to get the ulti off just in time, and that's what opened up the doors for this team fight to be funneled straight through. Look at the needlework as well. Dotto in the front line, able to slice their way to a double kill. And what do we say at the beginning, right? This Gwen needs to be a strong member, needs to be a powerhouse. Went from 0-2 to 3-2 with a bounty on their head. Things have swung drastically in Defiance's direction.
And now what is the response for Bethel? You still have your 4-180 carry, but what do you have besides that? I mean, Orbital, you've been on top of it all game. No lane has been winning for Bethel besides bot lane, and that difference has grown even larger after those last two team fights. Everybody getting in on the action. And now what do you do if you're Bethel? We know you have Tony, but how do you catch the rest of your team up to be able to withstand the damage that's coming out from Dotto, from Tsunami, from Baka at this point?
It's going to be between these two on the map. You just saw them there. It's Zigzags and Tony, and what they are hoping for is to get a catch somewhere. I would say Kadoni, but Kadoni's on split push duty. What you need to do is hope that you have an opportunity to catch a single member out. You need to get Zigzags in, and at this point realize you're not in control of the game anymore. Even though you had two dragons, you are not in control. You need to be fighting for every single kill and not focus on global objectives. You cannot have that power. You need to look for a 1-for-1 trade, or at best a 1-for-0 or 2-for-0. This is an opportunity waiting to happen though. Oh my gosh.
Tree Climber drops to about 40% from the Baron attempt. They do have Kadoni pushing and does have the teleport. Meanwhile, Defiance is just kind of hanging around, almost waiting for Bethel to call their bluff. knowing it's a 4v5. Chris Long Arrow is going to go out. It will not land. Baka chasing down, but going to run into a trap. Here comes Tsunami over the wall. He's trying to get in range for a tomb. Unfortunately, has to blow it onto Doom. That'll be a free kill onto the support. Not quite the impactful member they were wanting, but it's a kill nonetheless. And now I'm curious if Defiance tries to go Baron in a 4v5. They're taking a ton of damage on the way out, though. The needlework does shred Kadoni and Tony low. And I think Defiance wants to turn this into a Baron.
I think they can, right? This is the entire point of their composition. It's meant to be a more straightforward catch and go. And this is the one, once again, right through the front door.
Oh, the Forge God gonna come out. Baka couldn't quite finish Tony off. He picks up one huge shutdown. And he's looking for more. It's a double kill for T-Crop. They do finally kill Tony, but it's when everybody else is dead. It's an ace for Bethel, and that time Defiance's comp worked against them.
They got pinched. You saw the charm from down below. Kadoni was able to find a primary target, and it split it just enough for Tony and Zigzags to pop off. This has been the big key point once again. You need that Viego online. Take a look at this. Just a little bit too far, and on the bot side, look at that charm keeping him away, and with no ultis on the back end, which is a huge crux for Defiance, they have no way to catch Tony. They have no way to get on Zigzags, and they just melt afterwards. So well done from Bethel. Granted, Defiance probably shouldn't have taken that fight anyway, but it's still a nice win back.
Arrow is going to go out. Ooh, almost hits the Yari, but the charm should prevent Baka from getting in. And Baron is not finished off. Remember, they do not have Tony. He died in that fight. Luckily, they're able to just finish it off in time. Teleport is going to come out from Tsunami. Tidal Wave will come, but it's just a little bit too late, and Tony even gets the Baron. So a massive win for Bethel. And despite the way these team fights are going, Bethel still has a 5K gold lead over Defiance.
And that's primarily coming from towers as well as CS differentials. You take a look down their sides, it's specifically in Tony. Tony has about a 70 CS lead, has multiple kills in their own pocket, and they picked up a bunch of bounties from before as well. So that swing has been very nice. On top of that, T-Crop should be starting to give a lot of ornaments out. I'm trying to take a look here. I think only one ornament on themselves has been granted. So, you know, give it a little bit of time, and the rest should be there as well. But it's been good, and at this point, Bethel are back in the driver's seat. Of course, they cannot be caught out by the ultis. The main thing, keep eyes on Tree Climber, keep eyes on Tsunami, watch for the Glacial Tomb and the Crystallized Arrow. Those are the main ultis that you want to watch for, because if they're up, that means Defiance have a good chance. If they're down, it's going to be a much larger struggle.
And I do like what Tsunami has done. I mean, it's obviously, you know, his intended target is Tony, but when he can't get to Tony, he's throwing out that Frozen Tomb onto somebody else. He's using it to secure kills. You see too many times where it's like, no, I gotta hit it on the carry. I gotta hit it on the carry. So I do think that's a great job by Tsunami realizing a kill's a kill, even if it's not onto Tony, as Tony does a huge amount of damage. Ace in the hole should be...
No!
What? Oh no, they don't block the Ace in the hole orbital!
Baka thought they did, but then it was a walk back. It was a little bit of miscommunication, and they lose it. That means they lose control of the bot side.
They do have Dotto trying to push this Gwen finally online, going to hop onto T-Crop. They have a level lead. Needlework going to come out. This Baron buff pushing in. Unfortunately, the charm does miss, but with Tony there, anybody is a risk of being one-shot. Death Sentence is going to land into a great box, but unfortunately the slow just misses. We'll see if they're able to take down this bot inhibitor tower. Got about 50 seconds left on Baron, and that would be a massive win for Bethel if they can take it out.
I think they got it. It shouldn't be too much of a challenge from here on out. You got two Cannon Minions in the back line, and you could almost go for this inhibitor if Adato wasn't there. So they'll be able to make their way out. That is impressive nonetheless. And oh, this is a desperation play here.
Now they rip Shurelius to try and get in range. Tree Climber eats a trap into the Piltover Peacemaker. Can't quite finish him off. Tony does walk over a ward. Walks over it again, but no one on Defiance seems interested. But they do know where he is. He is not as well hidden as he thinks he is. He needs to be very careful he does not get picked off here.
No, very, very, very dangerous. So really making sure that they're going to be smart about this one. Bethel know that they have a lead. For how much longer is the question, right? Tony is going full damage, does not have a QSS, does have the cleanse, right? But that's only one ability, so you really have to play around that one. You are looking at Bethel. You are looking at gathering up and trying to get a little extra, and I actually like that one. A maw possibly being built here. the Hexdrinker component being set up, Tony is optimizing properly, right? That Lissandra has been a pain, Tsunami has been a big pain in the butt, but the main thing is Tree Climber also is going to start hitting those arrows a little bit easier. Why do I say this? Even though Tree Climber has had a very difficult time, people are going to start bunching up. Bethel is going to start bunching up together for these objectives. It's going to make it much easier to hit one. So, right now, Bethel have to have the idea that they want to end it within the next about 3 to 5 minutes. Once those ornaments come fully online, you want to be able to start breaking down these fights and really start kind of bull rushing your way forward before it becomes that 50-50. And really, it wouldn't even be a 50-50, it would be a 40-60 with Dotto being able to shred through at full build.
I think the other thing is, not to mention just people are going to be grouped up, is Tree Climber's going to have an easier time because the arrow's just going to have a shorter cooldown, right? I mean, he's just going to get to the point where he's firing them off as frequently as he can, looking for a pick, almost, I think, in that sort of pseudo-support Ashe style. Meanwhile, they do have Bethel topside. They are going to take out this Tier 2 top tower. How long they stay is a great question. There is no Lissandra, there is no Ahri, and that's huge as Garrett eats the 90 caliber net, goes down, Tidal Wave misses. Teleport coming out from Tsunami, but a huge loss for Defiance. The arrow lands onto Tony. He cleanses right away, but now he has to be careful. That Glacial Tomb is probably GG if it lands onto him.
Oh, it's so dangerous, but honestly, Garrett, I have to say the positioning, the choice of routes has been very, very damaging. You need that Nami available. You need that Nami alive to work, and oh no!
They lose Dotto as well. Here comes the call of the Forge God. Tsunami barely able to Zanya's at a sliver of HP. They do get the kill onto Tony, but here comes the Ahri that nobody was expecting. Tree Climber barely trying to hang on. Garrett has respawned, but there's not much a Nami can do. And we'll see exactly how far Bethel can push. Exhaust goes out. They pick up the kill. It's an ace, and they should be able to end this one, Orbital.
Oh, mistake after mistake for Defiance cost the game there. It was pick after pick after pick. It felt like a last-ditch effort there, and you know what? It was Bethel that took it away. Well played by them.
Fantastic job by Bethel, and a bit ironic, Orbital, that Tony not there to get the final hit onto the Nexus, despite the incredible amount of work he put in. Dotto does respawn, trying for the miracle. They're a little bit short on damage. They get one shutdown, they get a second, but Doom able to finish off the Nexus, and game one goes over to Bethel. Huge start from Tony, and as you pointed out, Orbital, it just kind of became a positioning nightmare for Defiance. Really started with Garrett, and then as soon as Dotto ate that trap, it was pretty much over for them in that fight.
Yeah, if Dotto was alive, that would have been okay. I don't think they would have been able to push for the inhibitor, and I think all of us could have seen that. The big question for me is Garrett. That is, I usually chalk it up to a small coincidence or an accident, right? You can have one bad route, and that's okay. That is twice now that Garrett took a rough route, and if you're going to take those kind of dangerous routes, you have to be a bit more tanky. You got to be that Nautilus. You got to be that Leona. You have to be tankier than an unfortunate Nami, but it was well played by Bethel. They knew an opportunity occurred, and they took it every single time. They knew their window was closing. And yes, I say that even though the Ornn was up, even though the Caitlyn was very strong, I was getting scared towards that late game with how rough some of those team fights looked. But they did well. They held strong, they waited for their opportunity, and they took off.
And I think the big thing for Bethel is also the team fights they won, Orbital. Well, yes, Tony was carrying, don't get me wrong. He wasn't getting the kills. He was sharing the gold. Intentional or not, I don't know. But it wasn't like you had a 15-1 Caitlyn, everyone else has one kill. As soon as Caitlyn dies, there's no gold. Ahri, I think, finished at 4-2. I think Zigzag was maybe 2-3. They were able to split that gold, and I think that was a huge reason why Tony goes down. They can still finish it off. But again, it's a best of 3. There's still some chance. Maybe we'll have, I assume, 5 straight 80 carry bans for Defiance in game number 2. We'll have to see. We'll take a break. We come back. Mideast Emergence. We've got game 2 between Bethel and Defiance coming up right after this. the NECC. It's week 9 of the regular season and the final regular season game for Defiance College at Bethel Pilots in this Emergence Midi Showdown. Fish and Orbital here. Bethel won game 1 on the back of their AD carry, Tony. And now, Orbital, we're about ready to hop into game number 2. Pro draft finishing up on the side, and I think it'll be really curious for both these teams because coming out of game 1, as we talked about, it was the Tony show for Bethel, and for Defiance, it wasn't really just a strong team comp that kind of baited them on a really poor fight that lost them that game.
Yeah, this was Defiance had the right game plan, right?
Mm-hmm.
On paper, they had the right plan. They have a good idea. They understand what they're kind of going for. And I can appreciate that. I can drastically appreciate that. What I would say is be a little bit more understanding of where you're walking at and the opponents that you're coming up against, right? That last fight ended because once again, Garrett kind of stepped up and said, hey, I'm safe this route. You have to be more conscious of who the strong points are for the side of Bethel. If that's understood, I think you're good. I think that you're okay all the way around. Because other than that, honestly, they were doing okay. It wasn't outstanding. It wasn't phenomenal. It wasn't this all-around amazing show. But they were steadily accruing some gains, right? In the laning phase, they were doing okay. Again, it wasn't phenomenal, which I would have liked to see it. But it was still enough to make Bethel sweat a bit.
Yeah, I think the big question mark for Defiance is, do they say that game 1 was the correct play early game in terms of you basically had your jungler sitting bot lane. We really didn't see Baka go too many other places. Appeared mid lane, but kind of left Otto up on an island on top, and it let that Gwen get behind where she finally had come online when that game ended. Or do they say, all right, let's try and maybe just accept that bot lane's going to go down, because even with Baka down there, 5 solo plates on to Tony, 2-0 coming out of that laning phase, and they let Baka go elsewhere, try and get Dotto ahead, try and get Tsunami ahead. I think that is my big question going into this game, is how they want to do the early game. To hop into the draft, though, early on, Orbital, I'll pull the curtain back a little bit. Not a lot's going to change, because for the bans, they pretty much just said, let's just run it back.
Yeah, there was no difference. This was, you know, keep it the same, keep it fine, whatever, and we'll run it from there. And I think that's okay. The main thing is, again, putting Tony off on something that they're not comfortable with, which is very, very important. And as well, taking away, you know, what was a problem last time, which, again, with how Defiance did land, it wouldn't be problematic to grab another ADC first and run it from there. So, you know, with the 2 ADC bans that we see there, that's understandable.
Yeah, I do like the Lissandra change up here for Bethel, because that was the one kind of question mark ban in the first game. They ended up banning Misfortune, which took away an ADC from Tony. I like them taking away from Tsunami. I thought Tsunami played really well, but again, it kind of was a run back for some of these picks. They're going to get, once again, that Ornn-Gwen matchup in the top lane. I think the big question is, what does Baka do in the jungle? Does he help out Dotto? It's Zigzags running it back. And I think the big question is, what does Baka do on this Olaf? Because I think he needs to help Dotto and he needs to help Tsunami, and just leave Tree Climber and Garrett to just kind of flounder, because I don't think he can help them too much on an Olaf.
No, you can't. What you can do is follow up behind some amazing plays on their own side, which I really do like. Tsunami was able to grab the Ahri that was actually grabbed in P4 in the second round of picks there. So, you know, it was left open on the other side. Kadoni, I believe, had actually gone for the Silas as well in answer. But Baka should have a little bit easier time running into the team fights. It should allow for a little bit more of an opportunity, right? You get a charm onto someone and you just have the Olaf run at them. Not only that, you get to deny all the CS that comes your way. You know, if another Thresh comes up, if the Silas comes into play, if the Ornn gets in your face, you're going to be okay. So as much as we say Baka won't bring too much, on the inverse side, if there's a lot of CC, if there's enough laying down of the foundation from the side of Defiance, that Olaf should have a very, very easy time.
Yeah, I think the one thing for me that kind of stood out in this draft is, you know, what they do in the pro draft, as we pointed out, they first picked this Caitlyn after hovering Ashe the whole time, and I know the Ashe didn't play well. I mean, but that's not Tree Climber's fault. We kind of went in and we set up Tree Climber's going to struggle. I think the Ashe is so much better than the Caitlyn, though, Orbital. I mean, but the Caitlyn just feels like we're stealing this away, as you said, a shadow ban almost onto Tony, then activating Tree Climber, because I don't think Tree Climber's going to have any success landing traps if he didn't have much success landing arrows. I mean, it feels like that kind of is that one weak pick that I don't really like for Defiance.
I can agree with that. The one that I'm actually looking at is Garrett, right? This swap from Nami into the Seraphine I actually really like. Not because, you know, I think Seraphine's stronger. I think Nami is a great pickup. What I do think is Seraphine allows you to stay further back and yet still providing a lot of utility and a lot of value from the back lines. With a Nami, I can understand if you get caught on the front lines. With the Seraphine, I hope you don't get caught on the front lines. I hope to see all the abilities being thrown out from long range. You should never be putting yourself in a position where you're able to be caught. You have so much utility to just stay away and provide free cover that's what I'm really hoping to see here. So I want to see Garrett be playing at a much safer distance and allowing the rest of the team to kind of carry that burden and allowing for those encores to roll out to add some of the splash damage or the AoE heals.
And I do think the Encore, I mean, it is very similar to the Tidal Wave from Nami, but it has that charm effect that's going to allow them to secure kills. Because I thought Garrett did a decent job at least throwing out Tidal Waves, being aggressive with them, but they were mainly either just as a disengage or a slow, and very rarely did someone get picked. So I do like that Encore pickup. I think you make a great point. I think the interesting thing really for me for Bethel is their first 3 picks in the Pro Draft, the Viego, the Ornn, and the Thresh were all the same. And I don't really know if I like the Viego. I think the Ornn was fine. I think TK Crop has kind of accepted that role of you're going to buff us late game with the ornaments, don't die. I think I did a great job. The Thresh, I think, played phenomenally. But if Zigzag comes into Game 2 Orbital with the exact same game plan, we're going to see the same thing. We saw in the replay, you pointed it out. He could not kill Baka as Baka was soloing his AD carry because he simply did not have the damage because he was always in the jungle. He was always just backing up Tony. I think Zigzag needs to be a lot more aggressive to really kind of justify this aggressive jungle pick that he really seems to be wanting to run every single game.
This is... You bring up points, and I'm just sitting there like, you know what, I want to defend him as much as possible, but it's going to be very difficult. So I do agree there are some fundamental bottom line kind of mechanical issues that we're going to be watching Baka play out. I do think still the RA should have a nice time, and then of course on the top side I want to see the Gwen pop off. The Olaf will be kind of that nice little addition forward, or it just might give him the confidence to just fight in general, right? Just might make him feel a little bit more empowered, right? In the early stages, Olaf is one of the best level 1 to level 3 fighters, especially if you get those axes down and you get a little bit of the extra lifesteal. And we did see how Zigzags didn't have as much of a phase either. It was very quiet from both the jungles, so, you know, maybe this shakes it up in time.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think Baka's playstyle, from what we saw in Game 1, I think it suits the Olaf. If he's able to use that W at the correct time, get that bonus lifesteal, heal back up. And I think this is one of the few times where I've seen, at least this season in the NECC Orbital, where there's a Sylas, and I look at the other team, and the ults he could steal are very at best. I mean, yes, the Encore's probably the one that stands out. He'd probably want to take that, but I mean, Ace in the hole, you'd think it'll be blocked. We didn't see it get blocked all the time last game, but maybe they need to work for some extra damage, but it really feels like there's not that ult that I'm like, yes, Sylas is such a huge pick because you get an amazing ult. It's just kind of like, maybe he gets a Spirit Rush to dash away. Maybe he gets to go immune. I don't think this Sylas has these game-breaking ults to steal like I'm used to seeing when a Sylas is picked up.
I would say the Encore is really my only favorite one. I'm going to really enjoy that one. At the same time, I think Ragnarok, we're not giving it as much glory as it probably could be. That Ragnarok will negate a lot of the CC coming out, which namely will deal with the Ahri as well as the Seraphine, and traps if you want to deal with those as well. Those two, I would say, are going to be very important. With the Spirit Rush as well, it's a great, I want to say, addition to the mobility that a Sylas already has. You get extra Spirit Dashes, and I think it also resets on top as well. So you do have opportunities. A lot of these ultimates, they may not have their bang for their buck, but they are multipliers to the skill that we could see come out of Kadoni. We could see that exceptional performance, you know, the dash into the change, into the absolute destruction that we know Sylases can put down.
Game 2 here kicks off, and much like Game 1, we'll have attempted action in the jungle orbital, but unfortunately they'll both come up empty. Once again, Bethel goes for the invade in the blue. They don't find anything but a ward. This time Defiance maybe expected an invade, but picks the wrong side of the map. And I do think the one thing, and you pointed out in Game 1, getting that early ward down it's still a massive win for Bethel. And I think Defiance maybe should have looked to get a ward down. They have, once again, no vision on Zigzags in this early game.
No information, no problem. You know, it's going to be quiet. Even with information, I feel both these junglers don't want to actually do anything with it. It's more just making sure they know where the opponent is, which is more for the laner's benefit than anyone else. So as much as we do like to see the wards, as much as we like to see early action, it's going to be saying, okay, play smart, don't let the jungler get to you. Just hang out, let me farm up to level 6 or so, and we will fight from there.
Game 2 kicks off with the junglers on opposite sides of the map, so as Orbital pointed out, maybe even with the vision down, not much would have happened. We saw this play before. Can Doom land the death sentence once again? A whiff in the early game, a ton of poke in return, and a bit of deja vu to start game 2 on the bot side.
And I didn't even get to really mention Tony on this Lucian. Normally we see it paired with that Nami, of course. We usually see it be a little bit more power. Lucian does not scale at all into the late game. We talk about power, we talk about the early to mid, that's where Lucian thrives. It's more of a spell slinger, spell casting style of ADC, and that's what we're really going to be watching for in a different instance, so this is a bit more dangerous. Level 2 though, here we go.
Tree Climber and Garrett hit it first. Exhaust going to go out onto Tony. Nice dash away. But this time a lot more even. It's Doom once again soaking the damage, standing on a ward. And that's going to be a huge loss early on for Bethel as he is out of potions already. Meanwhile, Zigzags making an early roam top lane. Maul going to go out. Nice searing charge as well. Gets the knockup onto Dotto. He's able to dash away. Throw down the miss, but they're both going to walk in. Gwen is not immune anymore, but all they get is a ghost out of it.
I think that's more than you're probably happy about, right? You're not looking for the kill. It's a level 2 and level 3 in terms of who ganked top. You wanted the summoner spell. That now leaves Dotto open. You cannot push. And remember, this is actually how Dotto got pinned down last time. It was specifically in this top side, and now you can revisit it very, very easily.
Zigzags actually just hanging out. No ward ever went down. Unfortunately, did not allow T-Crop to get in range for a charge. Here comes Baka as well. Flash forward from Crop, but they're under tower, and that's a disaster. One axe going to land. Baka going to reset the cooldown there, picking up the axe. Other undertow going to land, and this should be a free double kill for the jungler of Defiance.
Oh, they got too happy with it. That's what I was scared about. Baka, you don't need to have that initiation. You don't need to be that starter. You just need to be there for the right time. That's all you really need to do. And so Baka picked that one up perfectly. You are now ahead. And again, this should allow Baka to be a larger presence, a larger force on the map, especially with Doom roaming up as well. Oh no.
Oh, Doom's going to walk right into him. Undertow going to go out. Doom does have the flash. Just plays him away. But again, these Undertow's going to land. Every time he picks up the axe, the cooldown greatly reduced. I don't think he has the damage, but you can just see the power Baka has already.
That's going to be a big, big issue as well, because again, that's something that Doom has done consistently, right? Doom has been this annoyance in the side of everyone, has always been roaming around with this Thresh, and that's a very common level 3 gank that we saw even in game number 1. The fact that you're pushed out that far means that Tony, now on the bot side, you're going to be more in a 2v2 situation. But it does mean that Baka rules a lot of that jungle side. At any point, you can see Baka roam in there and can hold off in a 1v2 to allow the rest of the team to rotate in to help out. So I'm very, very curious to see if Doom is able to make an impact on this bot side instead, or if they're going to try and keep roaming out, you know, keep helping Tony push and then roam to help out Zigzags.
So far, similar story of what we saw in game number 1. The major CS lead on the bottom side of the map. But again, Baka picking up those 2 kills. And I want to see Baka honestly ignore this bot lane, right? It seems like they're doing a better job. They've done a better job poking Doom down. Help out Dotto, who's taken a ton of damage. I think T-Crop has played this matchup really well outside of that unfortunate flash we saw a couple minutes ago. I think you still send Baka top, help Dotto get ahead, because you kind of have to chalk up bot's going to lose at this point, Orbital. I want to see Baka move away from his bot focus that he had in game 1.
Gotta agree. You are sitting there just saying, hey, I'm not too worried about it at all because this happens once again.
Zigzags coming up. Hollow Mist does fade. Looking for the stun. Can't quite
Good
get
dodge.
it. Doesn't have the flash, so Dotto once again makes it away, but Zigzag making it known he's not going to leave it alone even after giving up a double kill.
I think that's very, very smart as well. Very, very nice dodge. And this is Dotto saying, okay, at this point, I am going to be kind of caught in this situation. I will consistently be that main focus for the opponent. And you can even see it here, especially with that expended TP, Dada will eat the brunt of that problem. And that's what they're banking on, Zigzags. You may not get kills, but the bot lane is really what you want to watch for as well.
Ooh, Death Sentence Slay combo goes out. The Ignite comes out as well, but a great exhaust and a heal. Keeps Garrett and Tree Climber alive. Have a little bit extra sustain from that Seraphine as well. So we do see Baka has come up top side, trying to help out Dotto. A fantastic play. And I do think, as you pointed out, I think this Seraphine pick, at least early on, has played dividends over what the Nami brought to the table. Meanwhile, Kadoni going to hop on to Tsunami. He's going to get charmed. Does have the Spirit Rush in his back pocket, but chooses to hold on to it for now.
I mean, you also ran out of mana on that side, but this bot lane is still doomed. Just saying, I am happy with these hooks. The threat is there, and this is another issue. You said it before, right? Tree Climber kind of taking this Caitlyn and saying it's not really an actual threatening pick. It's just taken away from the opponent. It's still laning out. Yes, you haven't died. You're still losing a phenomenal amount of CS, so Tony will have that power behind the Lucian, at least up towards that early, the mid game.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of loss of that Ashe sort of volley spam poke. There were several times Doom was low in lane, and they never really found it. This time it's Garrett who actually rotates up over to help out Tsunami. The Spirit Rush has faded from the hijack, so now Kadoni doesn't have that escapability outside of his flash, but everything sort of calmed down. There's an Ocean Dragon up, the Rift Herald spawning very soon, but no one's moving towards an objective. Spirit Rush forward from Tsunami. He doesn't have any mana left. A great root under tower from Garrett, though. Could spell Demise, but they just don't have enough left to finish off the Sylas in the mid lane.
I mean, when you have no mana, I think I think Kadoni kind of knew that they were safe. There was no real issue there, and there's no problems. Again, in this mid lane, Kadoni is actually one of the safest ones here. You automatically kind of build tanky there, and you're fine with it. So for Kadoni, it's really about soaking up the CS, trying to minimize this problem, and then waiting for your team to come in like this.
Fortunately, the Death Sentence goes in the direction of the minions, but Doom's rotation has allowed a 2-level lead for Tony. We'll get to that in a second. That was a great call to Forge God. Plus the Shattered Dotto, very, very low, and T-Crop thought he had him. Had to flash back in for the kill. Meanwhile, here comes Baka. Unfortunately, Zigzag gets left all alone. Ragnarok going to be stolen. It is popped first by Baka, trying to run down this Sylas flash over the wall. He gets taken out. Colin going to come out bot side, dash forward, trying to finish off Tree Climber, but he's not close either. And here comes the rest of the squad. No Ragnarok available for Baka to run him down, so they're not able to help out, but they lose that Viego in the jungle.
And the fact of the matter is Tree Climber is in a very tough spot. You're level 5 to a level 7 on Tony. This is because of the roaming from Doom. It's being pinched as well, and this top lane is now going in a horrendous direction as well. Yes, you have 3 kills on yourself. Yes, 2 of them are on Baka, but Bethel are currently winning on the top side, a lane that you were, again, that at least we weren't fully expecting to win in a 1v1. Dotto has been significantly snuffed out, and it's a problem, right? We did say we want to see Baka up there where you were able to turn 2, but we need to see it more. Right now, Zigzags at an 0-2 spot still has provided a lot of pressure for the team, has been consistently in the face, and has been looking to make plays. And we can see here, that tower shot was what really made it be a problem. And then the follow-through, just so easy. T-Crop said, this is all mine.
This is a fantastic job. Unfortunately, Zigzags tried to play the flash, but Foxfire follows him over the wall. And once again, we get a battle on the top side as we come back to live action. Baka trying to run down the Sylas. Throws out an axe. And that's about all he gets. There's a Rift Herald up, and we'll see if it goes over to Defiance, as Bethel did pick up that first dragon of the game. So they do have that Ocean Dragon in their pocket early on.
It's going to be nice. And again, for Bethel, you like that extra healing. You're going to happily sustain that one up. But you can see it on the bot side here. Tony saying, hey, let's soak up the CS. Let's get even further ahead. The Herald going down, you can scrap that off, right? At this point, it's actually Defiance on the back end. They're the ones kind of chasing for their insurance and for their consolation prize. And quite honestly, I gotta say, I don't enjoy their late game status as much as in game number 1. I like their late game in game number 1. I like the CC, the AoE that they could lay down. In game 2, it's a lot more dicey, it's a lot more choosy, and that actually scares me quite a bit here.
Yeah, I think there's a big concern here as we get into the late game. But right now, I will say, interestingly enough, Orbital, it's actually been a harder, I don't know, harder is the correct word, but it's been less easy, I guess, for Tony. I know that sounds weird, but they don't have as many plates, right? Even though he's dominating, he's now 50 CS ahead. He never had this lead this early. He's only gotten 2 plates, interestingly enough, so maybe Zigzags did help, and I think this is kind of where we're seeing Baka's rotations kind of come into play. Yes, he's been bot lane, but has it been worth denying 2 plates from an AD carry who's now 50 CS ahead? I don't think so.
You know, some people might call that worse. Some people might not. You know, I'll leave it up to your own devices there. You know, you make the decision on your own. But I agree. There are points where you're just like, is it really worth right now? And I think the scraps that are currently coming out from Defiance is starting to show right now. That gold lead, yes, is not so significant, but it's enough to feel rough for Bethel. You now feel confident in your mid to late game. You don't feel like you have to force any movements here. Zigzags wants to get a little bit of pressure, but look again, Tsunami almost out of mana. You know nothing really else is going to come from that.
They are going to put that Rift Herald in the mid lane, so that should get a free charge. And with 3 members there, they should be able to pick up the tower. Kind of an interesting race here. Thought maybe Tony would try and race the Rift Herald for first tower. Instead, Tony now rotating up to look for a pick potentially. Teleport didn't come in from Kadoni as Zigzags able to ult over the wall, and now Doom in a familiar spot, able to get away, and they commit 4 in the mid lane. They get a couple plates, but not a whole lot else.
They actually stifled themselves here. I feel like they could have gone for that tower and felt fine, but they put 5 into the jungle and lose so much momentum. They had the proper read. They decided to place it down mid and force Kadoni to TP back, but because they decided to chase into the jungle, because they decided to chase into this kind of chokehold, they lose control of mid, and now they're going to try and ult out, but look at that, immediately out. Tony's fine. Bethel, go ahead and deny any sort of extra aggression. And they're very happy about that.
Yeah, you're Bethel. I think you were kind of bracing for tower goes down, first tower gold goes over to Defiance. Now you still have a chance for Tony and Doom. They need about a plate and a half. And right now with this dragon, look at that's a 3-level difference between the 80 carries as the second dragon. This Chemtech dragon does spawn. And this, I think, needs to be where Bethel needs to realize they can fight this just on the sheer stat difference in their 80 carries.
I mean, they could, but they don't have to. I think for them, it's going to be really setting up in the proper spots. They don't feel forced, and I actually really don't want to see them force anything. I want to see them just play it slow and nice like this.
Bowling goes out. Garrett does flash, and Doom will pick up the kill. Fortunately, Tony didn't cancel the calling in time, but this should be first plate. They won't, their first tower. They won't get the plates, but that's bonus gold that potentially Defiance loses. Instead, they just say, we're going to turn it on to Dragon. There is a teleport up for T-Crop and Dotto if they choose to Joan. Kadoni sneaks past the Tsunami Q, but can't quite finish him off. Does get charmed. Now Baka's going to turn around here. This could be a problem. Stopwatch is going to be used. Death Sentence picked up as well. Zigzag's the first one to fall. They pick up another kill onto Doom. Call the Forge God comes out, but again, I talked a little bit about deja vu, and this is really how that first Dragon team fight went in game number 1. It's all Defiance here in game 2 around this Dragon pit.
I like it, though. I like what Defiance are putting down again for their composition. They may not have the most stalwart late game, but it was very much just kind of run at you. That's what their composition yields, and this time around, Baka has a much larger role to play. 3-0-2. You got the Dragon on your own. If you pick up the Cloud Dragons, which again will not be fought over as much, I would say, either team can use this. The repositioning is going to be huge for either team here. And take a look at this. Again, it started off with Kadoni kind of getting in the middle of them, but because Kadoni was already taken low, you're not sure if you want to continue going. And then again, after losing 2, there was no chance for them to follow up. There was no chance for them to even fight back. And Kadoni, Tony, and all of them had to back away. So Defiance, they win the fight, they get the Dragon, and they're going to look for a bit more.
Yeah, potentially second Rift Herald. And I think the big difference has been, as you point out, the jungle. I mean, Baka not only 3-0-2, but you can see has a massive CS lead, now over 50 on Zigzags. Again, I think this Viego pick, one of the run back picks that I was the most critical of. It just felt like the style that Zigzags has played in this series has not kind of fit the style you're expecting from the Viego with the pick into the crazy resets. Has he even taken over another champion this series? I don't know if I've seen it, just because he's never been in the fight. So you're losing a massive part of Viego's kit if you're not able to get those resets, Orbital. And so far, he's 0 for 3 in this game. And as we saw in that dragon fight, he just falls over dead in team fights.
That is... I'm a little bit scared here. I'm a little bit scared, and I really want to see them be able to pull it back. I want to see him fight even further. But I gotta agree, Zigzags has not had the most amazing time here on this Viego, and I mean, a lot of the kills were actually gift wrapped in the later stages in game number 1, so this time around as well, still looking for 6 more camps to take. You're in a very, very rough spot. A lot of these global objectives are now going to fall to the wayside. Baka should be in full control there. And because Garrett's now kind of piggybacking off of that, Baka becomes such a dangerous tank to be reckoned with here. This objective, you do not have the right to step up if you're Bethel.
Tony and Zigzags trying to get some pressure mid. They're going to have Tsunami behind them. Ghost going to be popped by Baka, trying to run down Zigzags. Undertow is going to miss. The charm is going to land, though, and that's a free kill. Once again, he is actually able to ult over the wall, but one more charge of the Spirit Rush, and it's a kill. Tsunami happy to commit the flash. I think the Foxfires were already in travel, so probably could have saved that flash, but just want to secure the kill. And now, as you said, this objective should just simply go over to Defiance if they so choose, and it looks like that's what they're going to do here.
Yep, they want to get that one and start breaking open more of the towers, because again, one of the big issues that they had in game number 1 is they had the kill lead. They did not have the pressure to continue moving forward. They did not have a lot of that. A lot of the tower gold is where they really lost out on. So this time around, they hope to use this Herald and take a fight as well. If they find an amazing fight, they can push out from there. But they want to make it worth it. They want to get more, because last time they only got a couple plays. They did not get first tower. Let's see if they can make it happen here. If they can get very aggressive, if they can get a good couple catches, we could see them break open the mid lane or even touch on the top and bot.
I think we just see full resets across the board, and I do think the one thing, and I mean, obviously the level difference, you look at the CS, you're maybe going to think that Fish is going crazy, but I have to applaud Tree Climber and Garrett for how well they played this bot side, right? Because the big difference is, yes, he has more CS than game 1, but at this point in the game, Tony was 4-1, right? And those, every kill is worth so much more than 20 CS. So I really think this, you have to give props to Garrett and Tree Climber. They played bot lane infinitely better than game 1, and that's a massive reason why Defiance is in a comfortable spot now.
I mean, we say comfortable with a lot of liberties behind it,
yes,
right? Like
yes.
There is a significant CS lead, and I gotta say my favorite thing, and I'm gonna hold off here until I actually get to see it. Please, come on, Tony, please do it for me. Oh no, not gonna happen for a little bit longer. This is also why they're chasing down on the back end, but Tony is about 90 CS up. It's a ridiculous CS number that is drastically needed as well. As much as we say, hey, that's a good lead, for Tony, it's a must. You do not have a whole lot of kills. You do not have that large lead there, so you need that CS lead to put yourself in a much stronger position than Tree Climber. But yes, going back to it, Tree Climber and Garrett played it much better. They only died once in the bot lane. Their tower fell at a much later date as well. So I would say that is considered a win. Not the win, but a win.
You take better with a grain of salt. If you're just tuning into Game 2, no, Orbital and I have not forgotten how core League of Legends works, but Game 1, which is so much worse for Tree Climber and Garrett, I'm really hoping that Tony's going to give you that. There it is, Orbital. You can say your line now.
Yeah,
he has his
Flame Horizon. I love it. It's so rare that we get to see that, too. It is not easy to do. And the fact that it even happened in professional play was something that was really, really fun, and the reason why Flame Horizon is such a cool thing.
For Defiance, they are really not scared of this massive Lucian. They're going to throw the Rift Herald down in the mid lane. It's going to get a huge charge up before getting spiked in the back. But they get some pressure. I don't think it's a great second Rift Herald, but Baka just wanted to get it out of the way because now they move over to this first Cloud Dragon of the game, and they'll start their hunt for the much anticipated, the highly loved Orbital Cloud Soul that I know every League of Legends player loves to see on their games.
Oh yeah, it's the best one in the world, right? You get to move a little bit faster around the map. You get to happily walk a little bit further in the lane in the same amount of seconds. It's a soul. That's all I can really say. You just want to clean it up. You want to get it off the table. Granted, though, it will allow for repositioning. It will allow for one number Baka Baka, Dado, and Tsunami will enjoy it a lot. Those three will need to reposition. They will need to stay with their opponents. So having that extra burst of speed if they get the soul after they ult is going to be massive. Outside of that, though, the benefits aren't really there because if Defiance do not have the econ behind it, if they don't have the damage, if they start falling off, zigzags, if Kadoni and Tony all start getting really strong, it's not going to give as much as they would hope.
Yeah, I think the benefit, as you pointed out, is if they keep this sort of 1,000, 2,000 gold lead by the time they have Soul, Baka with Ragnarok with Ghost is going to get up in Tony's face, and there's really not a lot Tony can do about it. And maybe at that point he can kind of burst him down. But yeah, I think they were really hoping probably for an Infernal Soul, something that gave him a little bit more oomph to end out this game quicker, because that CS lead is just going to simply continue to grow for Tony. He's going to get 6 items probably faster than anyone else in this game because the kills just are not there. It's been a relatively low kill game, and that's going to give him that power. But as you pointed out, this isn't this champion that we saw like the Caitlyn that's going to have these massive 2-shot moments for this Lucian. And I'm really curious if maybe that Caitlyn pick that we kind of dogged ends up coming back and paying off for Defiance just because Tony doesn't have that same oomph. I mean, we saw right there, he could barely do, yes, there were some shields and some healing, but he didn't do anything to Tree Climber.
Nope. It's, again, for Tony, it's a spell slinger type of game. It is the dip in, try and get some damage, and dip out. That's all you can really do. So you're actually relying on the rest of the team to kind of back you up and allow you to get the culling off, to get those dashes off, to kind of clean up the fights afterwards. The problem is this is a force. I'm not sure I like this call too much, but Defiance are saying we're stronger. We're going to force this as much as we want because we just don't care what the opponent does.
They do look for the disengage. Ghost going to come out here from Baka. Holding on to the Ragnarok. They do have Crop on the backside that I don't think anyone's seen yet. This is a massive call to Forge God if he chooses to send it. But so far he holds on to it. Doom going to use that Death Sentence. It's going to get frozen out and he will be taken down. There's the Encore from the hijack from Kadoni. Tony now trying to dash away with the culling. Finally, the call of the Forge God comes in, but it potentially is too little too late because it hits the Ragnaroking Baka and doesn't get the knock-up. And I think Bethel just simply waited too long for the perfect moment and ends up getting caught, and now that Baron is pretty much free.
Yep, you hit the nail on the head. They waited for far too long. They had an opportunity after crossing in that mid-brush. They had an opportunity. They could have pinched so hard and caught the rest of Defiance off guard, but it wasn't there. And, of course, you were waiting. You saw Baka waiting with the Ragnarok, waiting for that stolen Encore to come across, and immediately snapped it up. So well done by Defiance. It is theirs to rightfully take, and I think it's appropriate. No way they stopped this, right?
Instead of trying to stop it, they might have just sacrificed themselves as they hand it over. And T-Crop, ooh, great Lantern to get out. Kadoni does have the Spirit Rush. So Bethel doesn't have to pay, and they get, I'd say, a little bit lucky that nobody got caught out, because as you said, they had no business even going for an attempted steal on that Baron.
Nope. You should not be even a step further near that Baron. That was a risky play that did not pay off at all. But take a look here. We can see this is the tail end of the fight. Look at that. Just immediately, there was no waiting. That's all they were waiting for. Baka said, hey, you use that ulti, you now have nothing. And T-Crop on the top side waited way too long. That ulti needs to be used to start the fight, not try and end it.
And as you pointed out, when they had the middle brush pinch potentially, you knew the call of Forge God. Probably on the sound cue, Baka would look to use that Ragnarok, and then you have the Encore and Ragnarok CC immunity fades. Instead, you made a great point, Orwell. He just simply waited, saw the Encore get used, and said, I'm just going to simply run you down. And again, this is a very similar to how Game 1 went. Multiple sort of mid-game 20-minute team fights going Defiance's way, but they were trailing in gold the whole time. Now they have a 4K gold lead. Call of Forge God is going to come out here.
Oh?
That's an unfortunate one there from T-Crop, just a bit outside. But now they do find the Death Sentence flay on to Baka. Ragnarok is up. It is going to be used. And even with the insane amount of life steal, he picks up a kill before being taken down. He had 3 members attacking him and Zigzag sort of tickling him, and he still picked up a kill.
And the fact that Bethel went for that and they're still losing on the other ends, that entire time, Baka was just baiting time for that mid lane, for that top lane to go down. You get 1 kill, but you lose 2 towers in the interval. And you call that a win for Defiance. This is exactly what they want. Again, for their team, they have a good composition to kind of push in, to try and push for those fights. They don't have the confidence themselves, though. They've had a very tough time trying to pick fights on their own, and they've always waited for Bethel to make the mistake. In this instance, they're saying, well, now we're going to force those mistakes, and that is another way to play League of Legends. It's very, very smart. You force a mistake to occur. You force your opponent to take the best out of two bad situations. And in that instance, Bethel made a play that they felt they could only do.
I think the weakness of Cloud Dragon also sort of rears its head there, because they couldn't even capitalize with the jungler down. Now, yes, they lost 6x, but they couldn't capitalize on that dragon, even with Tony backing and stopping the push in mid lane and top lane. And now this is going to be probably sole point for Defiance. Again, it's not an exciting sole point, and they don't even really care about it, but that's just more denial of anything else of Bethel's ability to start to come back in this game.
I think it is as well, and they're trying to do it once again. I actually really like this call.
All the Forge God is only going to be able to knock up one. Dotto is on the backside with the needlework. Great death sentence and a flare there.
Oh!
Here comes the encore, though. Tony trying to do his best, does burn down one, trying to kite out Baka. Ragnarok is going to fade. Tony trying to kite him back to the tower. Ace in the hole was on its way, but Baka picks up the kill. It's a shutdown over to the Olaf, and that pretty much sums up the best hope I think what Bethel had in this game, at least in the current moment.
Yeah, and Kadoni actually TP'd to the mid lane. I'm not sure why, but TP'd from top to mid to try and cut off Tsunami. And yet, if you had TP bot side, I think it would have been better to try and take that fight here. Take a look at the TP. It's a weird TP on your minimap there, and it left the entirety of Bethel floundering. They thought their mid laner was going to join them, and instead, there was nothing. Yes, you got one kill. Yes, you're happy about that. And then suddenly, you are in the face of adversity. The healing coming out of Garrett is way too dang strong, and it will only continue. As right now, Defiance look so good on Soul Point.
You could see from that replay just how little damage Tony is doing to Baka. This Olaf doing a fantastic job, as you said, the healing from Garrett, keeping him in a nice, healthy spot along with that lifesteal. And you start to look, Orbital, like what Bethel has in their side. And, I mean, I put it to you. I mean, what's the comeback plan here? What's the Hail Mary game plan when you're down 5k gold to try and come back and get a sweep in the series and avoid a game 3, do you think?
I think they can, and you can see it here. Right now, Bethel are just like, I mean, it's an opportunity, and right now I think they've identified it. They need Kadoni with them, who is quite strong. Radavage is kind of fully already stacked. And take a look at how Defiance are split. They are banking on their gold to actually keep them alive right now. So if Bethel can find the kills, this could be an opportunity. Oh, good encore.
Encore comes out. Ragnarok pops to get away. They're going to pick him off, and here comes Dotto on the backside. Massive shutdown, and it goes to the perfect member in Tony. I mean, with Baron up in 35 seconds, there's a window if you try and force this before Baka can respawn. Of course, does have that Cloud Soul movement speed, Orbital. Maybe it pays off here.
Oh, no, but that's all they really needed, because now they can do this.
Great death sentence from Doom, and it's another kill for Tony, and all of a sudden, Bethel, on the back of their bot lane, who played so well in Game 1, is basically set up for a free Baron.
This is something that I said. Remember, Defiance, they're split all the time. We saw how off they were. It was Dotto on the river, and then Baka thought they were strong enough. That is just painful. And again, the collapse. Bethel, they do not do good in straight-up team fights. But what they can do is they can burn one target very quickly if all of them dogpile as quickly as possible. I would like to see a little bit more grievous wounds coming out here, but I don't think we're going to see it at all. Tony is just going hard in the damage route. But I think right now Bethel are doing what they can. It starts small when you feel like you're behind. If you know you're behind, it starts small. You take things slow, you try and work your way back up, and that's what they're doing here. Getting that Baron on all 5 members means now T-Crop is allowed to actually be a split push threat.
And we've talked about it. T-Crop has, I mean, flat up won the 1v1 against Dotto this series. It's been Gwen versus Ornn in both games. You can see T-Crop has a very slight level lead, a slight CS lead. He has a level lead, which means those ornaments are going to start coming online faster now. He's one on himself and one on Tony. So he's getting closer to sort of adding that invisible gold. It's really going to make this 2K gold lead sort of disappear for Defiance. And this is kind of where I think even Bethel is cursing this Cloud Soul, because it's not a comeback dragon in a sense. It's almost like, let them get Cloud Soul so Elder's on the table, because a couple extra points of movement speed doesn't help you. Unfortunately, Kadoni might be caught, forced to flash away. Tsunami going to Spirit Rush over the wall, gets a nice charm as well. Baka throws out the Undertow, and Kadoni will survive. And I think having to use that hijack on Spirit Rush almost might be the biggest detriment, because as you point out in the draft, Encore is the big team fight winner for this Sylas.
Yeah, it's not bad, especially in the later stages. At 16, I think hijack is on about an 8-second cooldown, and you can hijack fairly often, so I think it's okay. The Spirit Rush is actually used to get away, so you're grabbing it at the right time. I think that's okay. For right now, though, you are a little bit upset that you had to grab it so early with the dragon coming up. That's what you're actually frustrated about. The Encore will be up and available. But for right now, Kadoni now realizes that you do not have a chance to get back out. Once you are in the fight, you are in. You will not be able to grab that Spirit Rush at the tail end to be able to fight back. You will have to take that opportunity as it comes. But for right now, Bethel setting up in prime position, and a great Scryers zones out Doom. But you can see it, Bethel feeling a little bit more confident as the ornaments are now coming through as well.
Remember, it was an attempted pick from Defiance that lost them game number 1. Will Bethel suffer a similar fate here? Baka lands an Undertow onto Zigzags, barely dodging the route there from Garrett. Forced to bring out the Maw and go invisible, but allows them to set up that River Scuttle ward. Is going to fade from Defiance. So they're now roaming right into pure black everywhere but that blue buff bush. And we'll see if they're able to maybe just hand over this dragon, but that's not what Bethel wants from them. They want them to walk in. Unfortunately, they are standing right on top of a ward.
They tried to clear it at the last moment, but it's not going to happen, and because of that, it's going to be given over. This is a dragon that you don't have to fight for if you're Defiance. Again, it is a Cloud. Why are you worried about it? Let it go. Keep farming up. And remember, just always be in your formation. The formation right now is Baka in front, Garrett a little bit behind Tsunami, and Dotto coming in from the side with Tree Climber to round it out. That's what you're looking at, right? It's a 4-1 pincer flank. That's all you have to do. If that breaks at any point, fine, just let it go. Because right now, Bethel are playing a little bit of catch-up here. They're still trying to keep themselves in this game in terms of econ. Yes, yeah, the ornaments, that's going to be, I think someone rounded out to about 1,000 to 1,200 gold in terms of extra stats. You don't want to have to bank on that. However, this is going to be the big one.
Encore hits onto 4 members. Kadoni just trying to get in range to hijack it. Finally does. Culling! But they get a huge kill for the culling, and the Encore is going to land onto Tsunami. Forced to use the Zanyas. Can they set up around him? Has the Spirit Rush and gets away. Massive double root onto Crop and Doom. The huge shutdown onto Tony, the biggest member taken out. T-Crop barely hanging on. Tsunami's trying to flash forward. The Firefoxes won't follow suit, but Dotto has revenge on the mind. Snip, snip. And it's a double kill for the top laner. And now Kadoni trying to run away. Don't know if he has the movement speed to kite out Dotto, but there is no slow for the Gwen. So Kadoni should potentially get back here. But a massive win for Defiance.
We said it before, right? These team fights, you have to cut down Baka as quickly as possible, but Defiance were in the proper setup. Baka in front, the rest of the team behind, and Dotto coming up for the cleanup. It breaks down so nicely. It is so problematic. That's not a Tsunami. Tsunami, what the heck?
Hey, he knew the Seraphine shields were there. We talked about their impact.
Yeah, that was it.
Calculated. But, and the big thing was, I mean, you pointed out, yeah, hijack has a short cooldown, but you still have to get in range, because watch Kadoni, he's chasing for the hijack the whole time.
Oh, he is. And then on that top side, you can see how, I hate saying it, irrelevant Tree Climber is. You get zoned out, but Tony, you don't have to watch for Dotto. Dotto gets right in the middle of it. Another Encore, the original Encore sets up for this perfect fight, and then the Needlework. Needlework slices through everyone. And this is another problem. We're getting into that point of the game where Bethel have to realize their late game carries aren't late game carries. Zigzag is 0-7-5, is actually building into the tank route. You are not strong. It is a painful reminder of what went on in the early game. Tony is starting to fall off. Yes, you have that Lord Dom's regards, but it's not enough. Again, the culling will only do so much. So for right now, I'm a little bit worried. Bethel, they're running out of options here.
And the big problem is, as well, is Tony only has one item left, right? I mean, he has the BF sword, so he only can finish that, and then he can buy a potion, sell his boots. His power spike is done in terms of items. He cannot really get much stronger from where he is. They need somebody else. Death Sentence is going to land onto Garrett, and they go right in. Coaling pop from the opposite side. Nobody's on Tony, but it might not matter. They pick up one. Tony's going to find another. All of a sudden, this team fight's a little bit closer. Tsunami going to get away. Kadoni, though, going to be the last member standing. It was set up perfectly, Orbital. I don't think you could have drawn it up any better for Bethel. They just simply do not have the damage.
Honestly, at that point, they didn't need to, but it was Kadoni at the very end that kind of wobbled between who they wanted to go for. And those 3 seconds of indecision allowed Dado and Baka to just slaughter the opponents. It was so good. And honestly, yes, that is, Dado dies, but you're fine. You get the Baron. It was dicey. The fact that Bethel even made that close is scary for Defiance. We can take a look here again, and I just want to amplify. That was a fight I don't think Bethel actually wanted. You can see how kind of hesitant they were to go in, but look at these kills. And then right here, take a look at where Kodani goes. You can see it, hesitation, and then turn around. But at that point, it's too late. It's just a few moments of hesitation, but that's what counts in League of Legends. You hesitate once, and it's over.
And, I mean, you brought this up in the last team fight, and, I mean, again, it's not to rag on Tree Climber. I think he's played his role properly in this game. Tony's killing him, but there's no gain in these team fights, right? You're not scared of the 2-2-8 Caitlyn. As Doom gets caught, trying to run away, is going to get rooted and taken down. Meanwhile, Kadoni trying to get revenge, but why is it Tree Climber? Why is it the 2-2 Caitlyn that they are so gung-ho about killing Orbital?
It's because it's the only target available, right? And granted, yes, that is only the 3rd time Tree Climber goes down. What it does do is it stalls out these fights. Defiance, for as much as Tree Climber has not really been a massive impact, it's enough, right? It is enough to stall them out and say, okay, we're not going to push. And granted, this is that soul. It is that major objective that is going to be really happy, but Zigzags, I don't think you're going to be able to go for anything there. Yeah, you aren't going to get the chance. No way you actually collapse on this, right?
Tony was there. Does have the Guardian Angel,
no.
And it looks like here comes the call of the Forge God. Not quite able to do the damage the T-Crop needed. Kadoni's going to use the Encore, pick up 1 kill. Tony goes down, though, and as Orbital pointed out, you have to wonder why you take that fight, as that should be enough for Defiance to potentially end it here, but they don't have a lot of turrets pushed for how dominant they've been this game.
They don't, but it's been very conservative is how they're playing. They're playing very safe. They're playing only the 70 to 80% chance of victory on those plays, and now they know they have a 90% chance to push down this inhibitor. They can take the slow steps. They knew they had this game in the bag after about 25 minutes, and from there, Bethel just slowly faded into irrelevance. This bot lane, Tony, having almost 200 CS over their lane opponent, it does not matter.
Kadoni has the Spirit Rush and one last chance. Ornn is up, and I don't even think that's going to be enough. They try and burst down Tsunami. Spirit Rush going to be used by both. And Baka will simply end the game and end Bethel's misery. And we head to Game 3, Orbital, and I think you said it right. Could this have been a 40-minute game? No, I think there's arguments that Defiance could have ended it, but as you said, from 25 minutes on, Defiance said, we don't want our season to end, because again, this is the last week of the regular season. Let's just make the correct mathematical play every time. And they did that, and now we're going to Game 3.
Yeah, that was very well played, and I think it really ended in that in the draft. I hate saying that, but when I saw the Olaf come down, we saw what could happen, and then the early stages played out. Getting that early double kill empowered Baka to be a much larger threat than I think Bethel were really hoping for. Follow up from that, right? Tree Climber, yes, was not the most important one, but I did say I wanted to see Garrett be in a better spot. I want to see Garrett position better, and I want to see Garrett position behind Baka, and it played out so well. Too much healing. There was no chance for anyone on the side of Bethel to cut through the shields, the heals, and so much bloodthirst in the eyes. You saw it there. They tried it at the very end. They were like, hey, maybe we could collapse. Not a chance. The entirety of Defiance defiantly just bowled over Bethel.
And honestly, not often do you say that someone who lost by 200 CS outplayed their opponent, but picking the Caitlyn in the draft for Tree Killer, I think, was a massive difference. Imagine if that's a 400 CS Caitlyn for Tony. He is going to be ripping you apart, forces him on the Lucian. You called it from the start orbital. It's not a late game carry, and it showed. And that's why we're heading to Game 3. It's the final game of the year, potentially. Maybe there's some playoff chances for the winner here. I know it's looking bleak, but one more regular season game in our Emergence Midwest for Defiance and Bethel. Who picks up the win to end Week 9? We'll find out right after this. Orbital, and it's Game 3. Nothing better than that, Orbital. What a way to end off your season for both these teams. Again, we started the broadcast saying both under 500, Defiance at 2-6, Bethel at 3-5, so a decent chance this is your final game of the NEC season. Now let's go Game 3. Let's give it all we got here for this final game.
I hope the teams do as well. Game number 1, we saw some fantastic play coming out. It was scrappy, it was dodgy at best, but Bethel was able to pull off the win. In game number 2, though, Defiance came back with some nasty jungle presence. This time in game 3, they're on the same side, so Defiance, red side for all 3 games, Bethel, blue side for all 3, and you can see that monster pick that caused so many problems for Bethel banned away.
Yeah, I love the Olaf ban. I think they've kind of used that third spot as a flex ban. Meanwhile, Defiance, same 3 bans. I think it's going to be the same 5 bans. In the top lane, once again, it's the exact same matchup here. Once again, I think this, again, at least in the draft, favors TK Crop. Now, what Baka does on the Wukong, be an interesting one. I think here's the big question. What does Zigzags do? Scrap the Viego, bench the Viego, maybe even restart the draft the Viego, because it was not working, Orbital, at all.
It's not. As much as I want to say, you know, we see the same picks come out over and over again, the Ari's been very prevalent between these two teams. The Ornn versus Gwen obviously has been up on the top side. The Viego's been weak. And there are times in solo queue where at this point, if I'm playing with someone, I'm just like, bruh, like switch, go tank, do whatever, which I do appreciate. We did see Zigzags try and go a little bit tanky at the end. Honestly, pick up a Rammus, do something a little bit more with the tank engages, because you're playing it like an engage. You're engaging in the front side, you're being that front runner, you're trying to get in the mix. If you're going to play that style, if you need a bit more confidence, go for the tank. Don't feel bad. You got some great players on the back end. You got Tony, you have Kadoni, you have T-Crop. Even T-Crop has been phenomenal on the Ornn. Be that starter, be that first match that kicks things off with the CC in pocket.
And I think the other thing is game 2 was bad for Zigzag. He's played well, it's just his play style, as you kind of allude to, it just hasn't suited what you expect from Viego, right? It's been farm in the jungle, try and frontline. Again, as you pointed out, he did a great job in game 2 going for that tank, but it just hasn't been the play style you'd want to see if you get a Viego in. Again, I don't know if in a single Viego sort of clip that as he's resetting through the entire champion wave, and I just don't think we've seen it. So again, I know we had a couple of draft issues on the back end, so that was the reason for the restart. It will still be, I believe, the same top lane matchup here. At least we'll get the Ornn for the 3rd time. And again, I'm shocked that Dotto has said, I want the run back, because Crop has been really just bullying him. And there we go. Here's our correct jungle matchup. The Vi versus the Kayn for both teams.
Yeah, this is... Even the Vi is something that I would see as a very, very nice pickup, right? Vi has been touted by a lot in the competitive scene as a massive jungle pickup in the S tier of rankings. Yes, I believe some nerfs came through, very slight nerfs at that, but it's still very, very powerful. You can still be a little bit... you do have to select between being tanky or being the bruiser. It's still good. It's still good. The main one is for Baka. This Kayn can either be a menace or a terrible pick, and I hate saying that, but it's true. If you're going red Kayn, you can be a tank, you can be a bruiser, but you still need the kills in there. If you're going to go blue Kayn, you better get those kills early. I better see you visiting lanes 100% of the time, and if you're not, you got me worried, right? Yes, most Kayns like to wait till level 6. I want to see those ganks early. I want to see the pressure, especially because we see Kadoni on that Ari once again, and then the Caitlyn still for Tree Climber. This misfortune that was banned away in game number 1 is going to be a problem.
I think going in, it feels like if I had to choose, I think Baka's going to lean blue Kayn, because it really feels like Defiance's game plan has always been, if we kill Tony, we have the team fight won. And again, I think Kadoni has been, as you pointed out, a fantastic sort of secondary member on this team. I think his Ari was fantastic. But if you can kill this misfortune, if you can prevent the bullet time, because that bullet time is going to shred. He is going to have a massive CS lead. He is going to have a ton of gold. We already know that. I think Baka goes blue Kayn, and as you said, then it becomes massive feast or famine, because if he falls behind on that blue Kayn, it's not going to matter. There's simply nothing he can do to kill Tony, so I think it's curious, because he's going to be feeling confident too, right? That's the other thing. He popped off on Olaf. If I'm Baka, I'm like, I got this in the bag. Blue Kayn, lock it in. We're going to win this series, and then if he fails early, it's like, maybe I should have gone red Kayn. Maybe I was feeling myself a little bit too much.
Well, you can say that, but at the same time, as much as we want to put Baka on a very high end, also in the mid lane, right, we're seeing a big change up there as well. For Tsunami being able to grab up that Silas, we're seeing a lot more impactful ultimates on that end, right? It was Kadoni that said, okay, I do want to see that, that Ahri come back. I want to see that early game potential. But the reason that the Silas didn't have as much power in the second game is because it didn't have those big ultimates. The repositioning is good. The damage wasn't there. That's what we were hoping to see. Now you take a look at the ultimates on their side. You have so much available to you. You have the Spirit Rush once again, but now you have the Assault and Battery. You now have the Call of the Forge God. You now have the Depth Charge. All of these ultimates for a Silas to pick up is going to be so ridiculously powerful. So I really like to see, I really like what they drafted up. The problem is, again, their tanking doesn't look good. Gwen, yes, Dado can be a pseudo tank. You don't have anyone that can frontline for this squad, so that is what bothers me. You said that Baka could go the Blue Cane. If you go Blue Cane, it is 4 squishies and a semi-bruiser.
I think Red Kane's the right play. I'm just saying, if I put myself in Baka's shoes after the pop-off game, I'm saying I'm going Blue Cane. Let's take this home, because it really does feel like Defiance's game plan is always going to be around taking down Tony as fast as they can. And I think the big question will come up as I've talked about it a ton every time in the draft. Crop is winning in that top side of the map, and he is consistently winning on the Ornn prison that he's kind of been locked into. And I think the question is, what does Baka do, right? I think he kind of got gifted a free double kill to start last game with some very aggressive flashing underneath the tower from Zigzag and T-Crop. So I don't think that happens again, but does he try and support that Gwen? Because if he once again gets caught in this, I got to help bot lane, I got to stop Tony, I got to help bot lane, that is where I think the problems will occur for Baka and the side of Defiance College, because it really is that Dado needs this early game help to become that Gwen menace that we're used to seeing.
I can agree with that. 100%, you have to make a decision. Are you going to help Dado, or are you going to help the bot lane? I think you can still go bot lane, though. The difference is the mentality that you go into that lane with, and this is where it's going to swap up. You cannot go down saying, I'm going to help the lane. You have to go down and say, I'm going to win this lane. For a Kayn, you have a lot more access, and one of the big problems is you were getting warded out. You know, the Olaf can't really get in. It's a very one-track mind. Same with the Volibear. With the Kayn, you have access from just about anywhere. The walking through the walls and being able to trespass through, it's so nice to be able to get around that vision, to get around some of those situations. This time around, you get to dictate if that bot lane will get ganked or not. What we hope to see is, of course, Tree Climber and Garrett be able to hold the lane in mid. You want to see it held in the middle of the lane. You do not want to be pushed back. You don't want to be losing in the XP area. All we want to see is them hold steady, allow that Nautilus to get a little bit too far forward, and open up an opportunity for Baka to actually come in. As again, the Thresh is not on the table. If you hook in on a Nautilus, you are going in. You do not have a choice.
I think that's maybe the biggest question mark I have for the Bethel comp. I thought Doom on the Thresh was phenomenal. The number of lantern saves he had, especially for Tony, were fantastic. He had some great escapes with the flight box combo. I get why we picked up Nautilus, right? You have a little bit better CC with the depth charge to disengage. You're a little bit tankier, which is kind of what felt like Bethel was lacking, especially because T-Crop wasn't always in fights. But I think they're going to miss that Thresh utility. Once again, third game in a row as we hop on the Rift for Game 3. We see Bethel looking for an invade, and for the third time in a row, they'll strike out Orbital. All they'll get is an early ward and nothing else.
I love the fact that they went bot top bot, and if they just went the reverse, they would have been fine. They would have found some. They would have found some awesome opportunities. They would have found probably some flashes and summoner spells. But this is vastly different. For the first time, we see Baka, Tsunami, and Dado saying we're gonna get in someone's face, and they might be the ones to actually grab up a kill or at least some summoner spells. This is huge.
Ooh,
oh.
They just needed to wait like 2 more seconds, Orbital, and they would have done exactly what you said. Unfortunately, Tsunami probably thought that they had already rotated down, and so he gives himself away. They will get the early vision, but again, as we've talked about, they really don't these junglers plan on fighting, but we've seen this third time in a row as well, but this time they're wise to it. They get the ward down immediately, and Doom and Tony not able to kill the ward and not able to get any early pressure on this bottom side.
Feels bad, man. That one, so many things could have gone crazy. It didn't, and now we got to be quiet. But this is something Tree Climber and Garrett are doing that is, I would say, quite a bit different. They are fully pushing their way up. They are saying, we know if Doom goes in, they don't really have anything else. And again, the Misfortune is one that is still touted as being decent, but it's not that all-encompassing auto attack power that we love to see, right? It is just annoying. What you are scared of is a level 2 coming in here.
Keimer and Garrett giving a ton of respect, backing off, not even coming close. And we do see already Baka shading up top side, at least looking to help out Dotto as he's going to go through the wall hop right on the crop, let him know I am here. And so at least early on saying he wants to help this Gwen get ahead, and I think that's the right call for Defiance if they want to win this series.
I love it. We did pause it. You know, it was one or the other. It was either go top or bot, take your pick. The thing is, it's already been identified by Zigzags. Zigzags has already said, hey, I know you're going to go top. I know you're going to try and help out that lane. Now I get free jungle invade. Look at this massive push here. And remember, Zigzags was actually behind in game number 2. Behind for about, I think, 8 camps is what we saw at one point. Did not have their smite up in time. This time around, trying to steal a march on Baka and putting him further behind is huge, not only for the fact that you have a smite up, but you delay the transformation time, you delay that opportunity for Baka to get ever closer. And yes, that sounds weird because you do have to hit champions for it. It's still going to be annoying if you don't have the levels to even fight for those orbs.
Fantastic job here by Bethel, again, coming off a game 2 loss. We'll see what they have in store. Both junglers at least hanging around the bot side. Zigzag's going to try to get that river scuttle, but we'll probably quickly find it has been taken away by Baka. And then, as you kind of pointed out, something that Zigzag needs to keep in mind is just, you know, staying away from that cane when he can, because you want to delay that transformation, as you said, as long as possible. Don't go just to kind of punch him in the jungle just because you can. It's very important. The longer you delay that transformation, the longer this cane is going to struggle to be a force in this game.
The scary thing, of course, is the fact that Baka is now realizing that because you're cut out, you do have to visit a lane. You do have to go for something, and that's really, I think, what Bethel are praying for. You can see here, just trying to pick up the scraps. Baka is just kind of dancing around, hoping to get some camps, and you are able to get that topside scuttle as well, so that's 2 scuttles to your name. It's still going to be a challenge. You're still falling a little bit behind, and Zigzags is going to have an opportunity to take a look at that mid lane. Dotto, though, on the top side, just, you're not worried about the HP bars. You're worried about that CS once again that you're trying to force your way into a lead up.
Baka gonna go behind T-Crop, go through the wall, say hello, and then, of course, walk away, as you said, trying to find ways to find an in on a lane. But so far, this cane continues to just miss, but there's not a whole lot for Zigzags either. I think this Defiance bot lane has learned throughout the series they need to stay away. They're going to do just that. And now Dotto might be the first gank, but Kadoni can't quite get in range for a charm.
It's happening again. It's happening again. The difference is that there is no counter punch. There is no counter coming out here, and this is going to be the challenge again. In goes Baka to try and get some damage, but the dragon is being done on the other side. This is all a bait.
Baka gets knocked up. He flashes away.
Oh my
Kadoni
gosh.
with the Firefox. Had the auto attack coming in as well. Picks up a kill. A massive early game win for Bethel. Dragon, first blood, a kill on the cane. You couldn't have asked for a much better start.
You know, when I said bait, I really did mean it. I just didn't think the bait would turn into a kill. That was... I'm not sure why Baka would try to go for that. You know things are going to be dicey. You know T-Crop has been a fair menace in the entire time. And let's go ahead and take a look. That's going to be the charm. And then Kadoni, look at this. This knockup. Baka said, hey, I have an opportunity. And right here, I think they tried to get away. And you flash into the secondary hit from the orb. Nasty stuff.
Something about that top lane red tower and puzzling decisions in this series, Orbital. We saw it in that last game where Baka benefited with the free double kill as they tried to flash underneath the tower to kill Dotto, and this time it's him who gives away the first blood of the game. But again, I think the one thing I will say for Defiance is throughout this series, we're on them now. I have to give props to Tree Climber and Garrett. And yes, again, if you're just tuning in and you're wondering why I'm giving props to someone who's down 11 CS, this is the least amount of CS he's trailed at the 7-minute mark, Orbital.
That's true. That's true. We did see in game 1, it was about a 70 CS difference. In game 2, it was a 200 CS at the end of it. At this point, though, this has been a large difference, and the fact that they're even able to roam out and look dangerous is way, way different. The follow-up is huge as well. Again, the fact that Tree Climber and Garrett are allowed to even do that is a massive shift from before.
Yeah, game 1, that would have been a double kill, and Tony would be 2-0. It's a fantastic job. It's just, everything's like, oh, well, there we go again. Because remember, he had a full solo plate tower in game 1 at 11.5 minutes. That is how hard Tony started out this series. So an excellent job to the Defiance side, coming up with a strategy to shut down this 80 carry minutes. We talked about him at the start of the series. On paper was going to be the biggest problem, and he has not disappointed so far. But look at this. Dotto, of course, has had some help, but even with that first blood going against him, this is for the first time he's had a level lead. He's had a significant CS lead on T-Crop, because I think T-Crop has been holding back, trying to prevent free form charge from going over to Baka.
Yeah, this is the opportunity to keep Baka ever so low, and it's really on the rest of the team to try and create opportunities. I think the rest of the team is going to try and, for Defiance, create those gaps, create those differences, and Bethel are just like, nah, we're not going to let it happen. So as long as it stays quiet, it's going to be different. But on the top side, we're seeing a big shakeup here. Dotto trying to get the kill and does. What?
He had flash. He had call to 4. He didn't do anything. I thought he was home free. T-Crop maybe lured to sleep by how well he had done early on in this series. I'm not quite sure. But a fantastic job. And now all of a sudden, Baka struggles, but it's Dotto, the Gwen we've been waiting for, Orbitals. A flash hook is going to land into the cease and desist. Tree Climber flashes away, and the bullet time plus the ignite are simply not enough with the Seraphine shield.
Oh, that was dangerous. Bethel, they tried to get some revenge on the bot side, and the fact that Tree Climber and Garrett are allowed to live is disgustingly massive. Because of that, Dotto is now allowed to open up on that top side, and as we said, this is a Gwen that has been chosen into the Ornn, I believe, every single time. It has not been okay, it's a blind pick, it's the only champion I can play. It's been, this is the counter that I want to run. So, for once, seeing a different shakeup for Dotto is going to be big. Bot side, though, this is going to be a problem.
Baka gets to the wall with the Shadow Step. Tony trying to rotate over. Root not quite able to land from Garrett. Doom's able to at least make it away. Charm misses from Kadoni, and that's Tsunami's cue to go in. Spirit Rush going to be popped here by this Ahri. Do a little bit of damage, but not much to Tsunami. And meanwhile, Baka on the bot side looking to pick up this kill. Doom able to sort of spider Nautilus his way back to the tower and stay alive.
At least you're able to live, I feel, is the constant trope of this game, except for the top side. It's been, oh, can I barely get away? Oh, can I barely live? It's been so close, but look at this. Oh, no.
Kadoni does not have Spirit Rush, just has to flash immediately. Rift Herald, and for the first time, it's the red team bot side for Defiance getting the early plates. Tree Climber and Garrett, the beneficiaries of that Herald. Now Baka, with a bit of his counter jungling on his own, he is fully surrounded. Ult is up for Zigzags as well. If they want to fully commit, they will see since this goes out. The Encore going to land. And the ult comes out. There's the comeback cease and desist on the hijack from Tsunami. Zigzag's very low, and he's going to be the first one down. Meanwhile, Garrett on the other side, he barely survives, and now Tony and company just trying to get away. And they should be able to. I don't think you go in on this fight. Tsunami forward, gets the stun onto the Ahri, but gets charmed up. The bullet time picks up a kill, and now Tsunami, he has no flash. He's waiting for his cooldowns. One more auto attack, and it's a double kill for Tony.
Oh, the bullet time turn was so good, and honestly, Defiance played it so well. The fact that they got away with 2 anyway is ridiculous in its own right. That should not have been allowed. Baka, able to grab 2, is now having that Gore Drinker alive. But my gosh, was it a good turnaround? It was looking dicey. If Tsunami and Baka were allowed to live throughout all that, that would have been devastating. That would have been such a blow to Bethel's side. But once again, Tony is going for that on-hit build. It is going to be that Kraken Slayer with this Misfortune, and Misfortune's going to be a pain in the butt to deal with. So very, very nicely done. Defiance, though, that's only a couple kills. You're like, okay, listen, we know what Tony can do. This time it's going to be a little bit easier to deal with.
Take a look at this replay here. It's a great job surviving by Baka, knowing when to come back in. Actually gets the red form from this fight, but as you said, keep an eye on Tony. Look at the damage he's just constantly putting out.
Yeah, and then this right here, the turnaround. You saw how kind of greedy the rest of Defiance went. They could have backed out. They could have just gone straight back to the tower and been fine. But you know what? It's a small price to pay. You now feel a lot more confident in this game. Leads in a majority share of the lanes on the top side. Dotto is now up a significant chunk. And now you get to do stuff like this. Baka gets to have a lot of fun. Uh-oh. A tree climber?
Tree climber's pushed all the way forward. Cease and desist. Easy kill there. Humble trespass going to come out from Baka. Garrett very low. Another kill picked up, and now Baka's in a 2-on-1. TK Crop dodges the needlework as well as Baka's trying to run away. The slow from Misfortune, but a cane in the jungle, sometimes a little bit too hard to catch. But the great charm over the wall with the blast cone. Baka gets a bit of healing, but this should be a kill, and they'll hand it over to Tony. A shutdown and a double kill in that fight. Not good for Defiance.
No, and Tree Climber kind of just auto-pass straight into enemy hands, and that is something that you cannot do. And so it's kills handed right back over, but again, it's small increments. The main thing is the dragon is going to go down, because I want to see what the next drag is going to be. I want to see if it's going to be a big powerhouse. If it's going to be a cloud again, I'm going to be very, very bored and very, very sad. But I want to see something else come out of this. I want to see some craziness occur. I want to see some major damage be brought forth. I want to see the teams get spicy around these objectives.
We'll find out our next dragon here. One more on.
Yes! Yes! Is that the gates that I see? Please. Nah, dang it. Alright, Chemtech. You know what? I'll take Chemtech. That's fine.
It's at least not Cloud Dragon, right? Oh, no. Tree Climber. Tree Climber, not again. He's flashing away. Flash hook from the Nautilus Encore. Not in time. And Tony picks up a freebie there to make it 5-0-1.
Tree Climber, that's unfortunately the second time that you had a situation almost picking up Garrett's bad habits. As much as I hate to say that, this is a problem. We were talking about how good the bot lane had been doing, but that is now twice that you walk up knowing that the opponents are going to be kind of in your face, and you have to be willing to concede that opportunity. Because of that, you now give so much extra to Tony. Tony is now 5-0-1, another menace to deal with, just like in game number 1.
It really felt in the early game orbital they had accepted, all right, bot lane is just going to happen. We'll let it be what it is. And now, as you said, Tree Climbers walked in twice. Baka's found himself on the bot lane a couple of times, dying once and barely escaping another time. They've kind of gotten away from what I think the perfect game plan was for them in this Game 3 of this series, because now Tony's got that CS lead that's starting to grow a little bit. He's 5-0-1. He has his mythic item finished, and he now has the damage with this bullet time to absolutely destroy you in any fight. And he's topside as they go in. Baka ends up getting behind on the blast cone. Tony in a very awkward spot, going to get hit by the Humble Trespass and the needlework. He goes down, but they committed everything for the AD carry of Bethel, and they'll lose everything in return. Tsunami with the depth charge off the hijack. Can they get in range? Ooh, the flash charm lands, and that's going to be another kill here for the side of Bethel.
Disaster all the way around for Defiance. The gold lead is bleeding out for Bethel. And just like in game 1, the gold lead is spreading. Tony, you know what? Maybe a bit of an unfortunate scenario. Maybe that's not how you wanted to give the team the gold, but you did, right? Take a look at that. Massive leads for a majority share of the team, especially in that mid lane. Once again, Kadoni having an extensive lead, about 800 gold, or about 600, whatever you want to say. But it's 3-0-3, and in game 1 was unkillable, by the way. We didn't get a touch on that. Kadoni never died. But this time around, it's another favorable situation for Bethel. Oh, Dotto, though. Dotto wants some revenge.
Tony, unfortunately, walks right in, but unlike Tree Climber, Tony's actually going to make it away, and he might turn this fight around. Dotto has to run with the ghost tail tucked between, and he'll get away for now, but this could be an easy die. Bullet time is up, and Dotto has to respect that. I think properly walking away and not giving himself up. He's in hook range. He's trying to bait something, but there's no teammates in range yet. He needs to be very, very careful. But a nice bait with the mist.
I mean, you're fine there, and you have the rest of the team back up because Baka's going to come in and try and lock in a kill.
Still have this bullet time from Tony, and if Dotto's not careful, he will fall over. Needlework does go out to do a little bit of chip damage. Baka may be waiting for a shadow step over the wall, maybe an organized tower dive here, but if you're Defiance, I think you just cannot afford to give Tony more kills. If it's risky, which we saw in game 2, they don't make the risky play, I think you just walk away.
Yeah, I think at this point, Defiance have to understand that they are not in a winning position, and if that wasn't shown from the kills, I don't know what else will, right? 11-5, you know you're behind, but if you play it smart, you have a way back into this game. Number one, try and take out Kadoni, try and take out Zigzag. Zigzag's having a lead for the first time in any of the games. Remember, in games 1 and 2, was severely set far behind. 3, 1, and 4 on that end. If you're able to find those opportunities, if you find Zigzags or Kadoni stepping up a little bit too far for their own liking, you have a chance to get the kills, but Zigzag's having so much fun right now.
Zigzags gets the kill on to Dotto. Interesting that he ends up committing the ult there with Dragon up so soon. They also get an encore in mid lane. Kadoni's got to be careful because here comes Baka. Ignite goes on to Tree Climber. Double knock up, and all of a sudden Tree Climber and company able to turn this around. A massive shutdown going over to Baka, and once again it feels like Bethel overcommitting for Tree Climber and that 80 carry role that is just existing in that point. There was no need to commit for that Caitlyn.
Nope, none at all, and because you did, you offer up an opportunity back. This is the teams kind of giving each other ground to work with, whether intentional or not, but it's going to get spicy. It's going to get fun. They open up the tower, so Defiance have a little bit of room to breathe. The gold is fairly even, and we got to see that once again. Look at this. Just a tower dive for what feels like no reason. The encore, again, that in Game 2 caused so many problems, now unleashes a torrential downpour of pain.
And it lets Defiance, off the back of that, most likely pick up this Chemtech Dragon. That could have been potentially sole point that Bethel was sitting on. They committed their resources top lane, and unfortunately they'll pay, so a little bit longer before either team claims that Chemtech soul. And I think, unfortunately, Doom probably always used to having Tony on his back orbital. I don't know if he was quite ready for it to be an Ahri and not Tony when he went for that hook.
Yeah, yeah, we can't do this. Of course, it doesn't really matter. They're still able to open up this mid lane, and that's exactly what Bethel want to do. If you get another charge off here, you get another tower because you have all 5 here. This could be a bloody, bloody brawl. Let's see what happens.
Second charge from Rift Herald going to go out. Are they going to focus the tower? Here comes the bullet time into a fantastic route. And the healing from Garrett keeps them alive. And all in all, not a whole lot lost. Probably would have liked to see Bethel auto-attack that tower and at least take out that tier 2 mid, but they can't be disappointed in the damage they did and not lose anyone for such an aggressive play. Not losing anyone yet, I should say.
Yeah, yet is the best way to put it.
Kadoni does get hit by it, trying to run away from Baka. Has the blast cone. Very lucky on the way that launched Baka.
I love this, though. You can see the spice coming out from both these teams. They feel like it's close, and it's kind of crazy. You take a look at the score, 12-7. You're like, man, this should be kind of a blown out of the water situation, but Defiance are only about 1K behind, and yes, again, the ornaments are going to come out to play, but this, I think, is the most powerful point that Defiance are going to be in. You take a look down the composition line. Again, they don't really have a tank. Yes, Baka will get tank E, but will not be that frontliner that you're hoping for majority of the time. You're actually hoping Baka's inside with the Umble Trespass, so it's like, you know, what are you really going to do? So for Defiance, you're actually hoping to push the speed of this game. You actually want to try and force Bethel into awkward scenarios. You want to force Bethel into these minute scenarios of, do we actually want to go for this or not? Well, we can't really think about it. You want to force them into uneven footing of, well, they're not all balled up as 5, and we have a chance to poke out Tony or Zigzags.
Dotto has the Ghost being pursued by Zigzags and Tony right now. Cease and desist going to come out. Ghost will be popped. And, oh, barely dodging the Vault Breaker's micro stun allows him to get away. And I think the other great point you had, Orbit, about speeding this game up is this is the most delayed the Ornaments has been, right? He's usually been winning this matchup. He's very far behind, only level 12, so another 3 levels before he can get those Ornaments online for anyone but himself. And that, I think, is kind of where Defiance needs to realize the longer we can deny these Ornaments, the longer we can kill Ornn, stop him from solo farming, the better our chances of winning are going to be.
This is it's a game of catch the big boy is the best way I can put it, right? Catch that T-Crop, make sure he's not able to get those items down as quickly as possible. It's still going to be a challenge no matter what. The main thing is Dotto is not as far behind as before. This game, I think, is the first time we're actually going to see Dotto be a menace outside of almost getting carried into the late game, right? Like, I have no other words. Dotto did not have a fun time in game 1 and 2. No. This time around, you're okay. You have a 50 CS lead. You have an item and a half. You're going to have Nash's Tooth up very shortly. You're going to start shredding, and that's really what your team needs. You need to be that shredder of the Ornn, of the Vi, of the Nautilus, and break open an opportunity to catch Kadoni and Tony in the backline.
And this is, overall as a team at that 20-22 minute mark, really the best team performance Defiance has had. I mean, they're up big in the top lane, as you said. It's only a 30 CS difference for Tree Climber and Tony, which is phenomenal for we're at this point in the game. I mean, as you remember, it was 200 CS in game 2 that Tony was ahead despite his team losing. You have to feel happy where you are. You're only down 500 gold. Yes, you're down a couple of kills. Yes, a majority of those kills are on Tony, but everybody is playing, I would say, their best League of Legends of the series so far for Defiance when it comes to farming and doing their lane roles properly.
Yes, and unfortunately, we've gone out of the laning phase, so we want to see that translate into items, into power points. And the main thing is really watching Tree Climber, because we saw in the at the end of the early game and into the mid game, Tree Climber get a little bit hazy in that sense, right? Walking into the opponent and just kind of letting that stuff happen. That cannot happen once again. You are now considered a legitimate threat and a legit necessity for the win in this game number 3. You cannot make those mistakes. You cannot make those opportunities happen. And Dotto needs to get with the rest of the team right now. Oh, big miss by T-Crop.
T-Crop whiffs, and the Ghost is popped by Tony, by the way. Here comes the Encore. It's going to land onto that back line. A massive stun with the cease and desist as well. They want Tony, and they get him. A massive shutdown, and like we've seen all series long, when Tony falls, the rest of the team falls with him.
I can't believe they won that. That was even a start up in T-Crop. I hate saying it, but that miss on the Call of the Forge God was devastating. Oh, the steal though, Kadoni!
No! Well, at least he gets my Baron Orbital.
At least, but we saw that coming. We knew it was going to happen. But oh my gosh, this was... It doesn't matter. Yes, they'll get Baron, but I want to see that team fight, like right now. I want to see that team fight once again, because that was devastating. T-Crop missing on that Ornn Horn meant that a majority share of Defiance got away scot-free. They were able to back out into their own side Tri-Brush. And the fact that it split meant that Zigzags flashed over the wall to try and catch an opponent out. And when that happened, hey, Tony was available to try and fight. Doom got caught out. There was nothing left and available. So dangerous. We can see here, look, Zigzags over the wall, looking for Tsunami, and then jumped out, and then Kadoni left the initial backline away, and because Kadoni was out, it was just free fire on the slaughter. They didn't even worry about Kadoni. Kadoni was not on their radar. They just went for the closest target. So well done by the rest of Defiance, and then this, just a cheeky play from Kadoni.
Yeah, great job by Kadoni to at least kind of save the morale of Bethel as he goes in there. And I think the big difference, because we saw a very similar team fight last game that didn't go the way of Bethel, is, as you saw in that replay, Tsunami has the Vi ult already charged. If you remember in game 2, there's a fight where Kadoni's trying to find the Seraphine. He's trying to find the hijack onto the Encore, but this time Tsunami was ready. As soon as that Encore landed, you saw the cease and desist was coming in, as you pointed out. There was no one to stop him because they had all tried to chase him down. A fantastic job. We talked about Garrett making that swap onto that Seraphine and why it felt better in game 2, but it perfectly showed there. If that's a tidal wave, it is completely a different fight. The encore is so massive for Defiance's chances of winning the series.
Honestly, this is a toss-up, Fish. This is a toss-up in the game because the team fights are leaning towards Defiance a little bit. Their team coordination has honestly looked really, really good. Once they get out of the early game, they look solid. In the mid to late game, they look strong. They look well coordinated. They look like a team that wants to play together, and that's what we really like. But for Bethel, they get such a lead in the early game, especially now with that speed up there, and you can see it, Tony just throwing out a crit on the back of Dotto's head. It's so scary and so painful to deal with. So right now they're trying to play catch up, and you can see Tsunami grabbing that Spirit Rush, getting ready for what could or could not be coming their way.
Tree Climber and Tony come to back up their laners. Depth Charge going to go out onto Baka. He's able to dash away, but it looks like Bethel wants this fight. Double flash forward. Charm's going to land on a Tree Climber. The bullet time goes out, but it's nowhere near anybody, but a great season assist. Into a 3-man encore should be enough as the dredge line goes just wide. Tony looking for the slow. Has to be careful with Tsunami having the Ari ult available. Gets a little bit of damage out, and they need to take this pick and turn around. It's a great job by Bethel, blowing everything to help stop the bleeding.
Oh, and that flash by Tony was actually very, very crucial. You cannot let Baka get that Umbral Tressus off. You cannot allow Baka to be able to kind of keep the opponents occupied. You cannot let that happen. So killing off that Kayn as quickly as possible, very, very important. From there, you are now looking at another grand opportunity because you expended a lot. Tony now has no summoner spells. You got to kill, you got to tower, and now you get to play for a little bit more for a lot less. Dragon is up in a minute. Yes, that is soul for you, but you don't really have to go for it if you don't want to, if it's going to be a problem. The main thing is Tony has to play extremely safe now. Baka not only is going to be looking for you just because that's what you're supposed to do, but then you want some revenge if you're Baka. So for Bethel, we want to see them play smart. We want to see them play very standardized. I want to see them play the most front-to-back style that we could possibly see at this Dragon.
I'm with you, because, I mean, not only is Baka going to want to try and hunt down Tony, the hijack cooldown on Vi will be up in the time, so that means Tsunami's going to have that cease and desist available to jump onto Tony as well. I mean, he's got to play this fight perfectly, because he's got basically 3 ults. I mean, he can't really dodge Umbral Trespass, but he's got 2 ults and a Kayn he has to avoid for as long as possible, so I'm with you. It's got to be front to back, and I think the other thing you made, which is a great point, Orbital, they don't need to force for Chemtech Soul. It's a soul that's nice, but they don't need to have it. If you get bad positioning, if you don't have great wards, if you lose track of Baka or Tsunami, just call everybody back and live to fight another day. There's no reason giving this one up. There's the cease and desist. It's on Tsunami. He's ready to go for this team fight.
It is going to be a challenge, but take a look. Again, this pinch is actually, once again, very, very dangerous. Honestly, T-Crop had an opportunity last time, so you can see Defiance trying to force the way out. If this is going to break up, look at Nautilus.
Tony trying to stay hidden, trying to stay out of vision of Tsunami, level 16 on this Silas. Highest level in the game, and everybody sort of disengages. T-Crop a little bit low, finishes off the ornament for Tony, so a massive pickup heading into this team fight, as we talked about a bonus 1,000 gold just got put in Tony's pocket. Is it going to be enough, however? And I like this play here from Bethel, at least so far, saying we don't like our angle. We're just going to let you guys kind of take the dragon yourself. Here comes the teleport, though, from T-Crop.
And we need to see this Ornhorn hit, right? Like, they don't want to... They don't want to give it over. It's not one that they don't have to take, but they want to take it. No matter what, you don't want to give a dragon over. And at this point, I think they lost it. This is the last-ditch effort by Defiance. Take a look at the Ari on the back line, though. This could be dangerous. Ari
just off the top of your screen, waiting for the come in. Double root's going to land. Here comes the call. The forge gun into the bullet time, and everybody goes by. Tony very low. He gets taken out. They had the wombo, and they couldn't secure it, Orbital. They got everything they wanted, and they lose everything.
That was on turn, and it started with Garrett, the one in game number 1 that we said had some problems, had positioning errors, and I wanted to see the swap up. I said the Seraphine allowed for so much more utility without getting so close, and it happened. Honestly, Bethel, they played it as well as they could have. Everything landed. Watch this fight. Ornhorn on the back line, but look at the encore. Lands on everyone, keeps it close, and then watch the shred. The needlework annihilates them all. At that point, Kadoni, you were just doing nothing. A slaughter, a brutal chance. That is the most clinical situation to have happen. Bethel, they started it off right, but Defiance played their comp by the book.
And it almost feels like, as you pointed out, that we already started that fight. It almost feels like Bethel just need to let the Ari die, because as well as their comp plays in close quarters, as you said, Orbital, their comp is countered by maybe the best close quarter ult in the entire game, and that is Encore, because every time it hits somebody, it just keeps going. It rips through the entire team. And a massive shout out to Garrett. Again, we've been praising this bot lane, and if you've joined mid-series, you probably think we're crazy, because look, it's another nearly 100 CS difference for Tony versus Tree Climber, but Garrett is the difference maker. They will pick up the Baron, so they're not out of it yet. But I think now Bethel realizes that their strategy of Ornhorn into bullet time is simply not going to work, because Garrett has the counter.
It's honestly, it's been so back and forth, and I can't wait to see what happens next. I really want to see Bethel be able to fight back. As much as I want to see Defiance be able to pull this off and pull a reverse sweep, I want to see Bethel find a way around this situation, and I think it's going to land squarely on Zigzags and Kadoni just going off on a solo kill mission. I hate saying that, because Zigzags does need to find Tree Climber, does need to be in the front line, but I'd honestly say just go off on the side, screw it. Just look for Garrett, find a pick, and run. Do not start the fight until Kadoni lands a charm, because if you are bottlenecking yourselves like that, it is so dangerous. At this point, instead of that, just fight in an open lane, right? Just fight out in the open. Don't get caught in the river like that, or in the jungle. Bethel, though, they have to find a way around this, and if they don't go for that pick, I don't know what they can do.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think this no longer becomes a setup, the Ornhorn fight. It becomes the pick. You have the charm. You have the Nautilus hook. Start from there, and it almost feels like as well that, if you're Tony, maybe you have to sort of pretend bullet time doesn't exist, because when you lock yourself into that channel, you're setting yourself to be jumped up on. You're not going to have the mobility to dodge the encore. I really think this Misfortune just needs to become that sort of auto-attack champion that Caitlyn was in game number 1 for Tony. We'll see if that's the case. They do have the Baron for Bethel. I did think that was a great call to be able to get that one back. They are going to be able to take out that tier 2 bot lane tower and still continue to kind of flex their will, at least across the map, in terms of towers over Defiance.
Well, only time is going to tell what happens here, because even with the fights lost, Bethel are going to try and push their way in. And as I said, just fight out in the open, right? Just don't worry about anything. But that Ornhorn grab is going to really push them off. Tony, oh my gosh, Tony, this is so scary. Buddy, oh my gosh!
Forces the Zanyas here from Tsunami. Massive burst down by Tony. They have 2 empowered Baron Cannon minions going to try and shred this bot inhibitor tower, doing a fantastic job keeping him Baron buffed. 30 seconds left on this Baron buff.
Oh, the needlework
needs to be careful. Here comes Baka, then he'll quickly retreat. And the needlework, maybe the last ditch effort here, and I think that inhibitor tower should survive this Baron push.
Yeah, this is with that needlework down, though, I feel like Bethel can actually step up quite far. They don't have to worry about that massive shred over the rest of them. You're really just keeping eyes on the side. This 4-1 that they set up is optimal, and they're really testing Defiance. Defiance are not willing to engage on any of these points, so they're actually going to lose both, I think, on this next push. Even without Baron, they don't care, so they're going to try and set up, but Baka's looking to try and make a move.
Here comes the call of the Forge God from Defiance into the encore. It clips Tony. He tries to flash away. T-Crop fires up back with his own, but it starts with the Ornhorn and it ends with the core orbital. Another fantastic and fitting, really, that Garrett gets the shutdown onto Tony.
This is devastating for Bethel. They played the early game well. They were ahead in some respects, and they have control over most of the objectives, but these fights, the triggers, as soon as they're pulled for Defiance, they go for it and they commit, and that is the most important part. I said that Bethel were testing Defiance a little bit, and Defiance were not willing to fight. As soon as Baron went down, though, they pull that trigger and they go. And Kadoni, you gotta run now. You gotta speed your way out of that fight, because a single knockup will be your doom.
8 seconds left on Zigzag, 10 on T-Crop and Tony. So Kadoni's just got to defend as best he can, though it probably means losing this mid inhibitor in the process. But he's able to stay alive. And I mean, you highlighted this in the draft, Orbital. We talked about it when the Sylas was picked in Game 2. There was really only one ult that felt like it really was a difference maker. This game, we've seen the cease and desist used several times by Tsunami, and that time it's the Ornhorn. It feels like the Sylas was just a better pick in this game for Tsunami, and he has played it perfectly with those ultimates.
Yeah, and you can even see there, right? Tree Climber is still looking like a menace. 2.5 items there. But this is the third time. Fish,
no.
This is the third time that we are currently locked in this position, and you know what happens. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and hoping for a different result. That is going to be Soul.
They pick up Soul. There's the encore, and it hits Tony once again. This time it's the depth charge ult stolen. He does pick up one, though, and he actually gets away. Bullet time comes out. Tsunami going to run right into it, pick up the kill. And I think once again it looks like Bethel has gone insane, because it's the same exact result, Orbital, with a fantastic encore into a team fight win.
They lose Dragon, but they take the fight, and they're going to try and end this. There's 40 seconds left on multiple members. Tsunami's in, and I don't think Kadoni has enough kills or enough gold to actually fight against this.
He's going to try his best. Spirit Rush going to be taken. Here comes Garrett and Tree Climber coming in. Tsunami nearly kills Kadoni. The Zanya's going to be used. That'll be a kill, and that'll be game for Defiance. They come back on the reverse sweep, and they end their season with a win. A fantastic job by Defiance to really defy the odds after what we saw in Game 1 and come back, Orbital, and win that series. And I mean, you said it. You called the team fight before it happened. It was the encore into a Sylas ult, and it was GG for Defiance and company.
Insanity. That's the only word for it. That is 3 times in a row that Bethel went for the same fight, and there is a point where I do give them respect. They said, hey, we just need to tune one thing, but on that third fight, they had an idea. They backed out of that corridor. It was just a little bit too little too late. The encore caught all of them, and Kadoni was just off on the side. Bethel, though, fantastic early game. We said it, Tony looked like a very bright spot every single time. But the coordination, Defiance, defying everything that that the opponent stands for, they stood their ground mid to late game. They rolled it over and said, give us this win.
And I think the other thing Defiance did is they just never let Tony pop off, right? They took the Caitlyn away after Game 1, and the results were drastically different, right? The Lucian didn't hit the mark. The Misfortune came close, but it was that great denial by Tree Climber saying, look, I know I'm going to lose this lane. I'll just play the Caitlyn. I'll deny the best champion he has left, because remember, they banned 40 AD carries every time. A phenomenal job by both these teams, but again, it will be a win for Defiance. So we're not done yet. I'll be sticking around. Orbital, I appreciate you hanging out as always. We're sticking in the Emergence Division, though. Northeast this time. Highlanders, Nova Nighthawks Academy. It's coming up next on the NECC right after this.
Or not.
Welcome back to the NECC here. We're right onto our second game of the night. Emergence Northeast, Highlanders, Nova Nighthawks, Fish and Soapchan here. And game one started while we were wrapping up our last series of Soapchan, so we figured, why not? Let's just hop into it. Mid-game already, 18-minute mark here between these two teams.
Oh, I am excited. We already have Emilia in the side of the Highlanders as well. And it's going to be a kill here in the bot lane. Very nicely done. They're going to take this one, maybe next one too, Fish. We'll see.
Great job by Apple. I know, kind of looking at the team comp, it was interesting for the Highlanders. 3 jungle players. And so far, kind of has led to some interesting comps here. You do have that Kled mid, sort of that anti-mid going against Cassidy, another anti-mid. And I'm very excited to see how this team goes. You said Emilio making, I think, his NECC debut, at least for us on the Rift. So excited to see how that one works out for the Highlanders. Because right now, they're kind of down a little bit here as they lose their bot lane tower.
Yeah, quite a lot of pressure already. 18 minutes mark, as you said. Some gold ahead for the Nova Nighthawks, around 4k there. And plenty of towers, as you pointed out, Fish. Plenty of towers taken out on the blue side. No tier 1s left standing. All tier 1s on Nova Nighthawk side standing. And that is going to be pretty important for them to gain some access in the river, getting into that jungle. And that is going to pay out in a probably uncontested Drake for Nova Nighthawks as well. So nicely done.
Pick up what will be our first Infernal Dragon of the game. Is an Infernal Soul, so always big for the Nova Nighthawks there to pick up that. And you can see really it has been Apple on this mid lane, Kled 3-0-2, kind of leading the way for his team. And with Derpy Mage behind him, maybe looking for an Ash Arrow here. Here comes the Ensemble Onslaught, but he misses. Immediate turnaround in the Cataclysm from area to zone everybody out. A fantastic job, but the Kled ult lays him right back in. Chris Laro is going to land onto Emilio, and that could be a kill as Apple picks up one. Trying to jump onto the support is Derpy Mage as his team finds another onto trade, and it's a free double kill here for Nova as it's just chained ult after ult.
Definitely a good start for Nova Nighthawks in this first match of the evening, because we saw how they are around 4-4 for both teams in the NECC's regular season. So they were par on par, same amount of games lost, same amount of games won, but they're showing that they came here to do much better in this early game. They are trying to take this Baron, maybe noticing that they don't have enough damage, but they're still trying to commit to it. Some diversion happening in the mid lane, and it might just be enough to avoid any engages from area or Kemkem.
Emilio was roaming down, going to get caught out by Not a Killer, however. Going to get the knockup onto area. Apple's going to jump right in. Nice flag and drag away. Taunt just clips onto ASIC, however, and that's a killing spree for Bagel, doing a fantastic job with that Galio taunt, though Bagel stays way too long and gives over a shutdown to Canadian Blitz. A fantastic job with a nice little pick there for the Highlanders.
Yeah, those crits really landing the headshots for Caitlyn. Nicely done, especially when you have a shutdown on the other side, as you said, Fish. That's definitely what Highlanders want at this stage. They are falling behind still around the 4K mark. So they're still maintaining some distance. Let's have a look at the replay here. They managed to get that Baron. They go in as soon as area jumps. They try to get something out of it. Area gets away, but it's going to be the little support who ends up going down. But Bagel steps on the trap, I believe so, or something just taunted them there. And that finish headshot from Canadian Blitz was the one thing to seal the deal.
To see what the Nova Nighthawks can do with this Baron. They still have about a minute and a half left on it, as you pointed out, Soapchan. They have all the tier 1 towers busted already, so if they can find some more pressure, that would be massive leading into this late game. Is Traden trying to hold off this Scion on the top side. Scion just doing what he does best, slowly pushing the wave. He's going to draw area up there as well, but he's got a level lead on both of them, and I'm not sure this is a guaranteed kill. Area gonna go in on top of this Scion. Still has the ult and the flash if he's looking to get away. Great job by Area, standing in front of him, denying the charge away. And there's no one there for him, but they can't kill him. They literally could not kill him.
Yeah, they cannot. Very, very difficult because you have a Pantheon and a Java and you don't have any AP to go around that armor that the Scion has. So it was not going to be enough. But Cam can definitely be the one to bring that massive magic damage into the fort. And with that, they cancel out that ulti from going forward. Mid lane is going to be another wrestle with Milio going down first.
Fortunately, everybody went topside to stop the Scion. He survives, and now they crack into the base. Mid inhibitor turret falls. Explosive cast gonna go out. They try and hop on Canadian Blitz, but a nice flash away. Scarl will leave Apple, but he's still gonna pick up a kill. Can't quite get enough courage back to be able to summon Scarl, so they do get the shutdown. They pick up Jarvan in return, and they'll pick up this mid inhibitor. Derpy Mage, ooh, barely survives. Has to blow the heal to survive the tower shot.
That was a very interesting fight, Fish. We saw them going in super hard, Nova Nighthawks, into that dive in the Nexus turrets. You had that fantastic flash, I would say, from Canadian Blitz, but the damage was still ticking because of the Ignite. So unfortunately, even though you might have the fancy feed, the damage over time is going to be ticking. Let's have a look at the replay here. They use the casket there with the ultimate from Bagel. They get a lot of damage on Caitlyn. She goes down first with the Ignite. They retaliate Area 1 with the kill onto the mid laner, but they still push very hard. And just one person yet surviving on Highlander side for that fight.
There's super minions in the mid lane, gonna make it that much harder for Highlander, who already down about 6,000 gold, trying to come back. The Infernal Dragon has spawned, so this should put the Nova Nighthawks Academy onto Soul Point here as they leash this dragon out. Area is around, doesn't have the flash, but does have the flag and drag over the wall. You see the flag go down, looking to get in range, and he steals it. An early smite from Bagel, but it might cost Area his life. He uses the Cataclysm, but he will go down. Apple trying to run down NECC and Emilio. Arrow gonna land on to Cam. A great cleanse, and the Explosive Barrel just takes him out.
That wine is definitely out of date. It's dealing some damage onto Highlanders, and the top lane is also going to be the same fate for Pantheon. Unfortunately for the blue side, they're falling one after the other, and they can't fight when they're outnumbered. They can't fight when they are the same number. They are very behind at this point. The difference has increased from 4k to 6k gold, and with this push just opening up the space, mid lane doesn't have the inhibitor. You're going to crack down the inhibitor turret in the bot, and with that is going to be much easier for Nova Nighthawks to finish off this game. But Fish, it was still a nice contest from Area in going for their steal. Unfortunately, maybe it should have been just them going alone for the steal on the smite instead of taking the rest of the team with them.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. From just where it is in the game state, that felt like an Area. All right, I'm going to go in, try and pick up the smite steal. We'll see the replay here. You see that the smite goes off way too early for Bagel. But yeah, as you said, there's no reason for ASIC and Cam to be there. They're just trying to assist. A great arrow, a nice cleanse, but as you said, that Explosive Barrel did a ton of damage from this AP Gragas.
Yeah, you have the rune that Bagel has gotten. You have a collectors there. You have everything for Gragas to deal so much damage. And on the other side, you have a Kassadin, the 1 AP source of damage for Highlanders. They are just with 1 kill participation in the game, 1 assist, a lot of CS, but still hasn't converted into much. They have the Serap's Embrace, they have the second item finished as well, trying to get that third one, but it's still very hard. Oh, nice arrow to land here, and maybe Area is going to be going down soon.
Yeah, uses the Cataclysm once again to kind of protect his teammates. Cam gonna go in though, tries to jump onto Derpy Mage and gets the kill with the ult. Now it's sort of a split fight here. Great explosive cast once again. Absolutely massive damage. A double kill for Bagel. And unfortunately, I just don't think this Kassadin is able to solo carry this game, as right now the rest of his team falling. A triple kill for this Gragas, and now they're going to look to end the game. We'll see if Kassadin can do it. He's got 237 CS. Can he get in and stop this push? I don't think so, though. Gonna go in, does a massive amount of damage, forces the Zhonya's out from Bagel. Zhonya's is himself as well. Now he's gonna lose his tower, though. That was his last line of defense. and that's going to be GG here as Nova Nighthawk should be able to pick this one up. Area, unfortunately, whiffing on picking up a final kill as well, and maybe with the respawn timers, they should be able to get this done.
Yeah, definitely. Oh. Well, at this point, we just jumped into a game that was already started. It was very distant in regards to points for both sides. You had at least 4k gold for Nova Nighthawks. So many towers been taken down, and they just built and built and built on that advantage. And unfortunately, even though you had a Cassidon supposedly like, oh, he hits level 11, he hits level 16, oh my god, and then, well, where did he go? Where did he go? Because unfortunately, every single time that something happened, at least that we could watch, the Highlanders couldn't capitalize on it because Nova Nighthawks were feeling very protective. They were going in when they knew they had more numbers, when they knew they had Gragas with them, definitely the biggest source of damage. And with that, they guarantee that whenever the rest of the enemy team tries to join, they're just like, well, we're just going to take you down. Just easy as that. And Cassidon was left with just 1 assist, that much CS, and no ramification of the gold throughout the map, helping the other allies and stuff because they were probably super behind to begin with. It just puts the Highlanders in a very, very tough spot.
Yeah, as you mentioned, we joined that game. The Highlanders were trailing, never really seemed to catch up. And I thought the great thing for Nova Nighthawks, it sort of was a double anti-mid, right? Casted more of that mage counter, Kled more of that sort of mage counter as well. And they chained their ults so well together, right? It was Ash Arrow into the charge, into a Scion or an explosive cast, and they just found ways to grind them down. They're doing a great job because you mentioned as we joined the broadcast, so both these teams are 4-4, and in the final week of the regular season, potential playoff spots, potential playoff seeding if you can get that winning record. So massive ramifications here in our Emergence Northeast Division. We'll take a quick break. It will bring the entirety of Game 2. I can promise you that. Coming up right after this here on the NECC. Welcome back to the NECC here. Fish and Soph Chan holding it down for our final week of the regular season here. We've got an Emergence Northeast showdown. Nova Nighthawks Academy and Highlanders. Right now, Nova Nighthawks Academy, Soph Chan took game one. Pretty dominant fashion for what we saw. Doing a really good job chaining ultimates together, but I think depending on how the draft goes for the Highlanders in game two, I think that casted in for Cam is something they might want to keep around because he was hitting that moment. As you said, that level 16, he starts one-shotting everything. He needed like 3 more minutes. It might have been a different game.
It might have been, that's true, because they were level 16, and because they knew that, Nova Nighthawks were like, no, just get it going.
Yep.
Just lag it in mid lane. Let's take it. Just rip it. All right. As in case you have missed in the previous match, we are going to have a look at the rosters once again. The Highlanders we have in this Emergence division. Top lane is going to be Trade and Poke, jungle area 1177. Chem in the mid lane, Canadian Blitz as ADC, and VBS Shiraishi for support.
Yeah, this is really, again, really close to taking over that game was Cam. Definitely someone to keep an eye on with depending on what they pick. Now let's take a look at the Nova Nighthawks roster in case you missed it. Again, this team won game number 1. You've got Apple in the top lane, Bagel AD in the jungle, Steely in the mid, Derpy Mage bot side, along with Not a Killer. Again, a very, very strong roster. I thought they did a great job chaining their ultimates together, and also this is a young roster, 4 freshmen and a sophomore, so this is a team that I think is on the come up, and if they can pick up the win here, again, they'd move to 5-4. Don't quite know how the playoffs look in the Emergence Northeast, but if this team can make it into the playoffs, they could be a threat with a couple of wins to end their season, because, again, for what we saw in game 1, looking absolutely phenomenal.
They did super well in this last match, and they are both teams 4-4 in the regular season, so this would be at least the breakthrough for gaining a little more confidence and a better placing in seeding for the playoffs. So that could be massive for them. Once you get in a better place as your team, you just go like, well, now I think we got this going, we got the cogs running, and things are just really synced up. And I think, as you said, they have so much potential. I think the Highlanders, on the other hand, I believe that some tweaks here and there in the matchup in the draft would be a total difference. I think the Cassidin would be great, as you said. They just need to try to get something on the rest of the map that would be more prominent in the beginning of the game, because those early stages, Cassidin is just farming and farming and farming. You can't expect much from him, but you need to have that sort of help in the rest of the map so you can distribute the gold and eventually get Cassidin going much earlier than you did in the last game.
And I think the one big thing that I'll be curious to see from Nova Nighthawks is, despite their win, it was a little bit unconventional, right? Because it was an AP Gragas. You're usually not expecting that from the tank side. You're usually expecting more of like an AD Gragas. So will Bagel AD run that one back? Because it's a very risky pick. I know, I think earlier this season, we did a game with an AP Maokai. It completely fell flat on its face because you're expecting the tank, and it's like the damage wasn't there. Neither was the tankiness. So that's kind of one of those. It's a risky pick. It worked out. Draft is done, though, so let's hop in to our game number 2 draft and see what our teams have in store for us here as they look to finish off their NECC seasons, at least the regular seasons, with a win.
Yes, swapping sides, Nova Nighthawks in the blue, the Highlanders in the red, starting off with the ban phase here. There's going to be that Gangplank as their first ban, the Kled for the Highlanders as well. And unfortunately, because we didn't have access to the draft for the previous game, we can't really say what has happened in the previous game for that drawing board, but we have finished the ban side for Nova Nighthawks with that Jarvan and the Vega. The Highlanders finish it with the Malphite and the Nautilus.
Yeah, I like banning away the Jarvan, even though Area sort of struggled on it a little bit. It still just had a lot of presence, a lot of power with those Cataclysm. We even had that Smite steal we saw. But Not a Killer going to pick up that Cho'Gath. Traden will answer back with Fiora, of course. They did pro draft off screen, so some of these picks, some of these bans might not make sense. And we do get a Poppy jungle for Area. Very, very interesting champion here. Has a lot of utility, a lot of CC like that Jarvan. And Bagel going to go with a more traditional AP jungler with that Diana.
So far, very AP heavy Nova Nighthawks. Okay, they're making it up with that Yoni in the mid lane. It is confirmed. So heavy AD that can come around with that. Of course, you still have the ADC to be confirmed. But Diana, the Cho'Gath, they can do quite a lot on the side of Highlanders. They're looking for more CC focused, maybe looking for a split push composition with the Fiora there, someone that will just be in the top lane forever and ever, and not just siege, but also 1v1 whoever appears at one point, maybe even 1v2 if the juggler comes along.
I like that Yasuo ban for the Highlanders. Prevents that Diana-Yasuo combo that can cause so many problems in the mid lane. I like the Sion ban as well. We saw it at the end of game number 1. Not a killer who was just unkillable on that Sion, bringing up 3 members of the Highlanders, and they simply could not handle him. Now for the AD carries, we do get that Xayah. I think a great pick by Canadian Blitz. Has really just been one of the strongest AD carries all season long. Curious what Derpy Mage will respond with. I thought the Ashe was great. Ashe usually does send that message that it's not someone who expect to pop off. And Tristana is the exact opposite. Maybe Derpy Mage looking for some revenge after a sleepy game number 1, at least in terms of the kills.
It's so funny because Tristana is definitely one of those ADCs you would expect to pop off, not just because she can deal quite a lot of damage, she's a hyper carry, she scales like crazy, it's also because she goes in. Which ADC does that? Because you have Lucian, he can dash, right? He's not going to dash into the middle of the fight, but Tristana, you really go into the fight and just bump your bum onto people's heads, and then you just sit on them and drop the damage with the bomb as well. And that is the complete opposite as an Ashe. Definitely focused on the CC, focused on controlling the map, focused in on farming and getting that zoning in team fights, and definitely engaging. We have the Milio once again. Do you have any opinions about that for the Highlanders?
From what we saw in game number 1, I'm not going to say it was bad, but it also just, I mean, maybe I'm a little biased from what I saw in the previous series, but bring out the Seraphine, right? I mean, I feel like the Encore is just such a stronger ult, especially into a Yone, into a Diana, into the Tristana, as you mentioned, that is going to be jumping in. They all want to jump on top of you. Where's the Seraphine? Throw out the Encore, you land a massive charm. So I think I'm curious to see how AC does this game. First picked it, I think, 2 games in a row, so very confident in the Amelia, but I really feel like Seraphine or maybe a Nautilus was probably just a better choice, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, maybe Nautilus was even one of those targeted bans because we saw it banned in the draft phase, and it's possible that that was the case. I think that considering that they were so confident in picking Milio, they think that they probably have a much better cohesive composition this time around, Fish. And to be fair, I like it better just because they have the Xayah. I think it works phenomenal. You had the Caitlyn the last time around. She can be great, but she definitely starts falling off when you don't have that pressure in the early game, which was definitely the case. The Highlanders were falling behind, and Nova Nighthawks just started to stampede on them, and especially with the Scion as well. It's hard to try to dodge it. It's hard to try to get your foot when the other team gives no space for you to breathe.
Nova Nighthawks Highlanders getting ready for game number 2. What are you feeling, Sokchan, here? What do you think for game number 2? Maybe your final prediction of the regular season here. Who you got?
Well, I will say, Nova Nighthawks really dominated that game, so they have definitely a +1 for me for this matchup. On the other hand, the Highlanders, I am interested in that Milio pick. I'm interested in how confident it was picked. So I think that, and I hope that, for their sake, that they could get this series into a game 3, potentially even into a reverse sweep, and just by shining with that newer champion, I think that would be super fun to watch. At the same time, because we jumped into the game a little late in the last match, it feels like we didn't quite see what the Highlanders could do. It was just them getting obliterated in the mid game. So it's easy to say the Nova Nighthawks has the upper hand, but at the same time, I would not rule the Highlanders out. What about you?
Oh, man, I think, honestly, everything you said is a fantastic point. I also think, while Cam's not on the Kassadin, Annie kind of is going to be in maybe a better spot, because if that Tibbers lands, and again, for what we saw, Cam seems like a very competent player, that Annie is going to shred a team that, as we talked about, wants to jump up and group up on you with the Yone, with the Diana, potentially if that Tibbers hits the Tristana as well. It feels like the Highlanders have a better comp, and I have to go with Highlanders. I think, again, we didn't quite get to see how everything went wrong in game number 1, and it felt pretty even, and even as you pointed out, a little bit of panic from Nova Nighthawks of like, let's finish this game quickly. So I think the Highlanders, maybe have the edge here, because I really think their draft is all around a more solid draft, where Nova Nighthawks feels like it's going to be feast or famine. If this Yone, this Diana fall behind, they're not going to get back into this game very easily.
Gosh, yeah, you said it right with the Feast of Famine, because you have those champions that really need the kills. They need to get it going. They need to get the blood pumping. And on the other side, the Highlanders have a composition that, as you said, so solid, just so reliable. You have CC, you have Peel, you have damage, you have healing, you have a split pusher. You literally have everything. So very safe, but not what Nighthawks, there you go, are looking for this second match of the evening.
So I wonder if the Highlanders barely had a plan for an early jungle invade. Great job by Traden Poke, dashing out of that rupture, dashing away from the death sentence, and keeping themselves alive. That's going to allow ASIC to get a nice free ward over the wall, so they'll have decent tracking of Bagel pretty much everywhere he goes. I believe he's actually also standing on top of a ward as well. Yeah, you can see the ping coming out. So I really like the start for the Highlanders. I mean, early wards only mean so much, but they're going to have a great idea of where Nova Nighthawks jungler is at all times.
Yeah, so do I, Fish. I think that the vision, of course, it can only do so much, but it definitely sets up a nice mental for the Highlanders to get into this match and say, we know where to start. You can see that the Poppy is going to go for an invade very easily there. They have vision not only top but bottom in a jungle, and it's just going to help them overall. The main point is going to be keeping that communication so you know after the wards expire where the jungler is going to be next.
Yeah, I like this invade from Area here. Doing a great job. Don't think, unfortunately, Bagel's going to be able to realize it because there was no counter wards put down. Otherwise, he could get some vertical jungling coming out of his own. And this is really going to put this Diana behind, and it's not a great start for Nova Nighthawks. And I'm really curious how this top lane matchup is going to go, because Not a Killer was an absolute bully on the Scion, and while the Scion was banned, Shogath sort of fits a very similar role. If he goes tank, he doesn't die. He provides a lot of CC, has the execute with the Feast as well. So I'm very curious if they'll be able to keep this Cho'Gath shut down early on in the game, or if he's going to be a health-scaling menace. As Derpy Mage going to go in the flash, death sentence, but ASIC with a great flash as well. Nice flay to get them back in, but early flashes being used on both sides.
Yeah, flash for a flash was super nicely done. It's going to be a comeback from Area 1177, pushing the Thresh back. Not much damage coming out of it, but Bagel AD might be counter ganking too.
Yeah, Bagel's coming in, and now Area might be caught in a weird spot. Is he going to flash over the wall? Yes, he is. Bagel going to go right over, gets the kill and the first blood. So the invade backfires massively for the side of the Highlanders, because now this is going to be a free buff for Bagel, and Area losing a ton in that exchange.
Yeah, the free buff is going to be amazing for Diana. As you said, she needs those early kills. She's already gotten the extra goal with the first blood. To be fair, I thought it was nice positioning from Area, but oh god, they need to recognize once you have already used one of your flashes. Let's have a look here. We are here in a bot lane. The counterattack from Bagel goes directly into Area, very easily taking them down. They flash forward, and with that, they just left the ADCs, the two bot lanes fighting each other. And considering that you don't have a flash there, it's always going to be better for the Thresh because he's going to have the cooldown on the hook once again. So nicely done, and a good counterattack by Nova Nighthawks.
Yeah, it really felt like Area, as you said, probably could have just, as he pushed that Thresh up, just walked straight up the lane, tried to probably get a little bit too greedy, head over to that River Scuttle, and unfortunately it does cost him, because now he has the potential to get triple buffed here. As you can see, Bagel is in that topside jungle. He knows Area is very far behind, and potentially has a chance to hop on his red buff. Meanwhile, Apple doing a ton of damage on the Cam. Gonna just dash out on that Yone and continue to try and make Annie work to try and hit level 6 and not be in the lead. As the Death Sentence goes out, there's the jump in from Derpy Mage. The Flay goes out, and this should be... Oh, they just couldn't quite land with the kill onto Canadian Blitz.
Good healing there by ASIC, not just with the abilities, but the area as well, granting that shield. Very necessary to keep that ADC alive, because that Flay and that hook was super great. Just there, the edge of the minions, super nicely done. And Derpy Mage going in immediately, so nice communication from them. Bagel going top as well, and it's going to be a counter gank once again.
Fortunately for the Highlanders, Bagel is double buffed in the situation, and Area has absolutely nothing. The parry from Traden, not able to land the stun. They're going to just hop onto the Poppy instead. They'll let the Fiora get away, and Bagel picks up a kill. Traden, I think, procs a Vital there with the lunge, but not able to finish him off. So it's another kill picked up for Bagel.
Yeah, and still making analogies with lunch and monies and kills and feasts. This Diana is stealing lunch money from the Highlanders. They are going to start starving if they are not careful. To be fair, I think at this point, it has been really Nova Nighthawks being on top of those rotations, because Area wasn't doing bad. Oh no, the Thresh lands another one, Fish.
This should be a kill as soon as the explosive charge goes off. Derpy Mage picks it up, and unfortunately, they kind of just fell for the same trick, right? Steely stood there, got the death sentence, and this time they just get the kill.
Yeah, very easy there. And that's one of the things I was saying. They have to be super careful right now. They don't have any power spikes going on. You have Tibbers for Chemcom. Nice colleague here on NECC. But it just feels like, because they don't have any power spikes thus far, this bot lane is still level 4, both of them. The Tippers will only do so much if there's a gank in the mid lane, and the Annie is not going to rotate or roam anyway, so we'll see if something's going to pay out with Area going in the mid.
Oh no, Cam doesn't have enough mana for the last stun charge!
Dude.
Oh no, it looked like a perfect counter gank, but Cam ran out of mana. Meanwhile, bot lane, ASIC gonna get jumped on here. One more auto attack should do it. Jump forward, Steely will pick up the kill, but Derpy Mage will jump away. Probably could have stayed in, as the Flay was still there, but wanted to play it safe. So they pick up a kill bot side once again, this time going over to the Thresh.
Well, we did not watch the beginning of the last game, but if it looked like this, well, it makes sense why they won the way they did. Area going in on Apple again. Cam has a little bit of mana this time around. Maybe they're going to finish it, and they do. Nicely done. At least they had the 100 mana for the Tibbers. It's going to be one little bit of kill for the side of the Highlanders.
Ooh, Derpy Mage, I don't think expected the Ignite. Gets a little bit of healing, and he gets the kill! Oh no!
Wow. I think the problem there was not just the heal from Derpy Mage, Fish. I think it was also who entered the bush first. And it was Derpy Mage who entered the bush first. So when Canadian Blitz got there, it was the first auto attack coming from Tristana, and boom. Oh, that feels very bad, man.
I don't think Derpy Mage had expected the exhaust, and it's the heal that makes the difference. And as you said, just the barely entering the brush first, and it's another kill. So 5-1 lead here for Nova Nighthawks, though again there are some bright spots I think for the Highlanders. This Fiora doing a great job against Not a Killer and this Cho'Gath, and this Annie in the mid lane has 1 assist to their name, pretty much even in farm against the Yone, which always is nice as a mana champion versus a manaless one. So there's these bright spots. I think the big thing is bot lane, and with ASIC and Canadian Blitz, they've got to pull back Sopchan. They cannot let Tristana start to scale out of control.
Oh yeah, and she might be starting to, because she's already has the quiver. It's going to be hard, and as soon as they finish the first item, the Mythic will be the power spike that we had been talking about, that Highlanders are still pretty far away from. So even in regards to level, the gold is still lacking a lot.
Ooh, Death Sentence barely misses the Flay as well. Lantern went out, but there was nothing for Bagel to Lantern to. This time Canadian Blitz and Company barely dodging away. Not a Killer does not have Feast up, so has to be careful. Apple is coming up here as well. Fate Sealed going to be used, and this should be a free pair of kills. They find the first one. They are going to use the Fiora ultimate here, so they had to be careful about the healing, and it'll just properly disengage. Great job by Apple roaming up and picking up a kill for his top laner.
That's the one thing that has been so consistent about Nova Nighthawk so far. They roam and they rotation so well. Whenever you see the areas in the top lane, you see that there's a counter gank. Sometimes it's Bagel, but even if Bagel is not there, it's going to be Apple flash away. They're still going to land it with a flash forward, and the Electrocute finishes up the job. Nicely done there, and we see some proactivity coming from the Highlanders this time, and the mid laner might be the one starting to scale.
Yeah, great job by Cam realizing if your mid laner is going to rotate, you either got to hard shove towers or you got to rotate yourself, and that's exactly what Cam does. Now Arya tries to knock Nada kill it back, but the Shogath more than tanky enough to survive all of the damage they want to throw out. And it looks like we might even... No, okay. It looked like maybe for a second Apple was heading top lane. Derpy Mage going to jump in onto Canadian Blitz. Does have the Feather Storm. Derpy Mage dodges most of it, and the flash away to dodge the last auto attack keeps Canadian Blitz alive.
Oh, goodness. That is being stuck between a rock and a hard place, because you can see that you're going to die just by the auto attacks alone. They're going to trigger the explosive faster, so you have to use your ulti. At the same time, if you use your ulti first, the invulnerability is not going to dodge the explosives damage. You have the centers there, is going to miss. Derpy Mage gets away, and with that tower shots, they really have to be defensive, go to base, reset, because they have a lot of gold in their pockets.
2-0-2 on this Tristana. Does have this plate relatively low, and I think they know Canadian Blitz has to back, so I actually like this play of them staying. Meanwhile, Apple chasing down Arya in the jungle. He will blast Cone to safety. Oh, they ended up not pushing, so I don't think they're going to get that second plate bottom side. Should go over to the minion wave. Yeah, the minions will claim the plate gold. Don't know what they'll spend it on. Hopefully it's something nice.
Maybe a nice bag, some accessories, maybe a bracelet. What would you buy? Oh, I think I would buy some gnomes.
I'd buy a decoy minion so I don't have to run down the lane anymore. I would have survived.
I just want to buy some snackies. Do you want to share some snackies? Maybe some
Yes.
cookies. Yes. Nice.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Yes. I'll be down to share some cookies. Yes.
Love that.
As we're walking to our death, we'll snack on our final meal together as we walk into the
Final
enemy.
cookie. Oh, amazing. Oh, once again. Oh, they don't dodge it.
And that should be a kill. Ult is going to be used. And the Buster Shot will pick it up. Will ASIC survive is going to be the question. And they will, but look at the damage Derpy Mage is doing. 3-0-2 and going to be at 100 CS here in just a few moments.
Oh, it's starting to hurt so much, isn't it? Because, as I said, you have to worry about the explosive. You have to worry about even the auto attack, especially with a press the attack Tristana. So let's have a look at that again. Nice death sentence going there, predicting Canadian Blitz dodge. They go in, as you would expect of Tristana. She just ultis Desire to finish the deal. And with that, they deal some more damage onto the support because they can, and they just get away.
Cloud Dragon does get picked up there, so 2 early dragons as well. And we get a Hextech Soul for game 2 of this series. Have been a while, so the gate's going to really help out the mobility for both these teams. I think really kind of works out nicely for the Highlanders. Allows this Annie to kind of find ways into lanes, maybe look for a play bot lane with that Tivers, get that shutdown gold that could really, really help out and really kind of stop the bleeding, because that's where the big difference is. There's CS leads in mid and top for the Highlanders, but it's only about, 10 to 15. It's a 30 CS lead on the bot side for Derpy Mage.
Yeah, the fact that you have so much CS ahead on those lanes, and at the same time you have players that are 0 and 3, 1 and 3, it makes a lot of difference. But the main difference would be, in my opinion, that Diana, because they are so farther ahead, not only in CS, but also in kills. They've got their first item finished. They have the Dark Seal. Ooh, nice stun there. Oh, I love to see it. The W just stopping that ulti from coming in. Oh, it wasn't an ulti, it was just a flash forward. But they're going to deal some damage back. Cam, and the tip is going to finish it. They do. Hey, this is Islanders coming back on board.
I thought for sure Cam was dead because they had to burn Tibbers without the stun, but luckily got the stun up in time and Tibbers was able to finish the job. This Annie really kind of being that counter to Derpy Mage, who will pick up the first tower, flash forward, death sentence lands, and it's a death sentence for Canadian Blitz. Featherstorm goes out, but it only buys him a few more seconds as Derpy Mage picks up their 4th kill of the game.
Very unfortunate. At this point, to be fair, I think it's even better for them to take this tower. I think that the Highlanders need to be even closer into that jungle, even closer into that base. So what they need to focus on now is trying to, little by little, gain a little bit of vision. As you see Milio going there, they're going to spot that ward, take it down. It's not going to land this time around, the sentence, but Steely has been spot on every single time in the bot lane, though.
No, I think that's an absolute fantastic mention of Yusuf, because, yeah, for as much as we're talking about Derpy Mage, he's been set up by Steely every time. The death sentence have landed, the flays have landed. Clearly the Thresh knowledge is on this player's side because he has done everything right to set up his AD carry. You really can't play support much better than he's playing it right now. 1-0-4, your AD carry's feeling good. You got to be happy if you're Steely in the way this game is going.
Oh yeah, this is the gold part, the dream goal of any aggressive support. You have Steely going in with the flashes, doesn't even care to go in with a flash when they could potentially just hook. But if they have the flash available, they just do it. Nice parry here. They're going to stun. Not a killer, but there's still so much health on this Cho'Gath to go through though.
Unfortunately, the mobility on Fiora makes it hard for the Cho'Gath to land any abilities, but he also has a decent chunk of health. The Feast still off cooldown. Wow, multiple towers taken down. They're going to hop on to Camcom. Great ult there by Bagel. Can they pick up the kill? Oh, they do! The Buster shot into the melee. Cam goes down, and that is going to be... I don't know if they have the ability to get that, but that could have been a potentially 17-minute inhibitor for the side of Nova Nighthawks. Grand Challenge is going to be used here. Not a killer trying to get away, and he can't quite do it. Great job by Trade.
Trade and getting that pressure, as we mentioned in the draft, that Fiora could do, not only doing the siege, but as soon as she has enough to, she has a Divine Sundra there, as soon as she has enough to 1v1, she goes in, doing pretty well here. Now it's time for the Highlanders to try to conquer back that jungle because of these exposed towers, because of these exposed, of this exposed inhibitor. Even though it's not taken down, it's still just... The eyes are gleaming and shimmering for Nova Nighthawks looking at that inhibitor. It looks very juicy to them.
Especially with the Tristana, probably one of the best tower cracking ADCs in the game. One clean kill could be it, and this is, we go see once again, barely able to kill Cam here with the final auto attack.
Look at that. Ooh, ooh. The auto attack following the LT is very satisfying, isn't it? Well, another look here in the top lane again. Trade and Poke very securely knowing how much they're going to heal after they get the kill with their LT activated. So very nicely done. Good knowledge on the champion. That's one of the things that we had been talking about Steely as well. Derpy Mage too, just knowing that when they can go in as Tristana and being 5-0-2, the answer is they can just go in. Can they go in? Yes. When should they go in? Yes. That's the one.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a very simple flowchart for Derpy Mage right now. Is there an enemy on your screen? All right, just jump in and attack them. As we see, this is going to be a 18-minute, soul point for the side of Nova Nighthawks, looking to really wrap this series up early. It's not a kill. It takes a little bit of damage, but able to back away, and I think they want to kill here, potentially onto Area or Cam. And really start to bust in this tower. We see Apple doing a decent bit of damage, but Trade is coming online. I think they're, much like the Castin, is sort of that ticking time bomb with this Fiora that I think Nova Nighthawks realize they need to take care of quickly. The ult hits the wrong person. I don't think they wanted to knock the Thresh away in that situation.
Definitely not trying to get Derpy Mage away. But this is going to be a good objective bounty for the pockets of the Highlanders. They take it in the mid lane. A lot of pressure coming from Trade and Poke in the top as well. So I think that the game plan for the Highlanders has to be getting this Fiora on point. Because she's already doing much. She's going to have to multitask, basically. She's going to have to siege. She's going to have to split. Oh, another one they go in is going to be a unfortunate flash and heal. Both summoners down for ASIC, and they don't manage to escape.
Once again, Steely sets up his AD carry, and Derpy Mage cleans off the plate. 6 kills now for this Tristana. But again, this is kind of this area of concern. Trade and Poke now level 13, and this is exactly why I think Nova Nighthawks are kind of rushing this inhibitor. They know they can't allow this game to keep going on. Cam has the Tibbers, has the stun, but not have Flash, and without a way to get in, sort of has to walk away, and they'll Hexgate to safety here. Will most of the team... Ooh, it looks like Bagel just got out.
That was very close, though. Area's going in on this Yone. They get a lot of damage on the tower, and they do go down. It's going to be the second objective bounty. Tower takedown for the Highlanders, and that is going to help them quite a bit, because even before the bounty, I mean, now after the bounty, there's still 5k gold behind. So we'll see if the dominance from Nova Nighthawks are going to try to pressure something for a Baron. They have scouted the jungler for the Highlanders, but these Hextech gates are just so practical, aren't they?
Area might have even saved Traden was backing, and Steely was on his way up there. It would have been very close if Steely could have stopped the back. But luckily, Area kind of poked his head around the corner, distracted him for long enough as he took the Hex Gate. Baron's up, and, I mean, as crazy as it is, it's not unrealistic with this 6-0-2 Tristana that Nova Nighthawks, if they find themselves a window, can burn this Baron down and set themselves up in an excellent spot for this Soul Dragon in 2 minutes. There's no vision over there, but unfortunately, as you mentioned, Sofchan, those Hex Gates are going to make that just a little bit trickier because the Highlanders can kind of get to that Baron and across the pit very quickly.
Yeah, and it's such a menace, right? Because you had Area stealing such a good special buff for Nova Nighthawks in the last game. Right again, we see the split push coming from Trade and Poke. Fiora is going to do what she does best there, but so is this Cho'Gath, and the damage is going to stack from Derpy Mage. It has started. This Baron is dropping very low.
You have Area. You saw him on the screen across the wall. There's a ward down that Nova does not know about. Not a killer. Oh, he didn't spot the Poppy Flash over the wall. Gonna knock the jungler away. Do they stop DPS in time? You have the Cho'Gath Feast.
Oh, he ate
and a
it.
great secure by Not a Killer. That'll fill his belly, and they pick up the kill as well. Fantastic job with the Cho'Gath ultimate.
Nom, 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 nom. I was a little concerned, I gotta say. I thought it was maybe going to be a panic moment for Nova Nighthawks. They would be, exactly as you said, are they going to stop the damage? Are they going to stop the DPS? And turns out they said, no, just do it. Cho'Gath is here. He consumes and he takes that objective for the team. Super nicely done. At the same time, Area trying to do as much as they can. They went in, flash forwards. They get the jungler away with the ulti. Still dropping very low. Do they even get his mic going? I don't think they even did. No, they don't. That's it was just the power of the Cho'Gath. That's insane.
Yeah, looks like the Cho'Gath from about 1300. Area smited right afterwards, so you knew he was ready, but unfortunately his smite landed onto the Cho'Gath.
Yeah.
And it doesn't work like that. It does not do as much true damage as it does to Baron. So Baron picked up, and now look at the... I know you love it, Sofchan. The wards from Steely. Look at that bottom river. It is blue as it comes.
Wow. Yeah. Oh my god, they're leaving crumbs in form of wards, but they're going to go on Area this time around, and they're going to fall pretty quickly. Canadian Bliss getting engaged by the Cho'Gath as well. Some help from Milio, but maybe they're going to go. They do not. The TP is coming back from behind, though, Fish.
Apple's here trying to finish this game. Great Fate unsealed. And it's going to seal the fate for both of them. Double kill. Soul, everything Nova Nighthawks could have asked for, and now I want to see if they go for game, because I still think despite all this, trading is becoming an issue, and I think they realize they need to put a ton of base pressure on in the next minute with Baron.
Yeah, they have noticed everything that would be the win condition in regards to the Highlanders, and they're saying, again, we are not going to let that happen. We're going to end this game as soon as they can. They have to flash away. They use their ulti. Here's going to be the Cho'Gath knocked back, but the space is open. Inhibitors is going down. So is the Nexus turret, and it's pretty much looking like a sweep to me.
Yeah, especially with the Tristana damage, you can see how fast that turret fades. Derpy Mage, not going to pad the stats. He's just simply going to take down the Nexus. Now he'll jump in, pick up a kill with the Buster Shot. A couple more auto attacks should finish it off, and it's a 2-0 sweep for the Nova Nighthawks to be able to finish their season at 5-4. The Highlanders go down to 4-5. Again, potentially both teams in the playoffs. You have to feel if you have a winning record in your Nova Nighthawks Academy, you have a really good shot. And ending it on back-to-back 2-0s feels really, really good because at least from what we saw, which was mainly the second half of Game 1 and all of Game 2, Nova Nighthawks, once they get rolling, they snowball out of control.
I think that this has to be the best scenario for them for regular season. If they needed any boost in the confidence, they have all those matches that you mentioned that they were 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. So that is going to be very, very important for them. And if you have a nice boost in your Otters team, if you go into playoffs, you just feel like you have a better force, more cohesion, more communication. And we saw that on the field, didn't we? We saw them noticing whenever and wherever area was around the map, and they were counterattacking, even if it was with Bagel, it was with the mid laner. And all that pressure was just going perfectly because they knew that bot lane was just secured. Those hooks from Steely, Derpy Mage as well, following up as a Tristana, knowing the capabilities and how much she can grow, they just took advantage of it. So, well done.
Yeah, I think the Thresh play speaks for itself, as you said. I don't know if we saw him miss more than like 1 or 2 death sentences on screen, at least. Phenomenal job. And I will say the other thing that, we and High kind of joke about sometimes, Chat, is they knew how to finish the game, right? It wasn't like this weird, awkward, like, oh, we're up 15k and the game still took 40 minutes. They realized, look, this Fiora's a problem, Annie's a problem, finish the game, go in. I thought that was a fantastic job by the Nova Nighthawk. Well, that'll do it for our regular season, Chan. It's been an absolute blast, but of course, we're not done. We've got playoff action, quarterfinals. They'll be coming at you next week here on the NECC. You do not want to miss it out. Chan and I will be around for the playoffs, so if you want to make sure you see us, come back next week. Anyway, that'll do it for the NECC regular season of League of Legends. We'll see you guys next week for the playoffs.